All right, I'm calling this meeting back to order of the Sacramento City Unified School District. Let's see. All right, 4.1, Pledge of Allegiance, Superintendent.
Please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, Superintendent. I have the pleasure this evening on item 4.2 to welcome our new student board member, Jacqueline Zhang. Welcome. We are so pleased to have you aboard. Would you like to say a few words? Just push your button. There you go.
Thank you so much, everyone, and I'm very honored to be here, and I'm very excited to see what we can do in the coming school year. Thank you.
Amazing. We're so happy to have you here. Thank you. All right. And would you like to say your broadcast statement?
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, August 22nd at 6 p.m. and Monday, August 23rd at noon. It is also webcast at metro14live.saccounty.net and can be viewed on Metro Cable 14's YouTube channel. The public has been given the opportunity to address the board through public comment, either by submitting comments which are posted on our website or by speaking during the meeting. Members of the public who wish to speak during the meeting submitted a speaker form by noon today and were sent a link to participate. When it is your turn to provide comment, we will call on you to provide comment orally. Your video will not be on. Please always limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda.
Fantastic job. Thank you. Item 4.4, a stellar student. We have Amaya Bozid, a first grader student from Pony Express Elementary School, to be introduced by Second Vice President Wu. And Member Wu, I believe we have the student's mother on the line.
The student nominated to be tonight's stellar student is Amaya Bozid. She is a rising first grader that attended Pony Express Elementary School. Amaya was nominated by the Summer Matters program manager, Ian Wakefield, who said she was chosen because she was always positive and excited for program each day. She always followed directions and showed great interest in programming. Even if others around her didn't feel motivated or interested in certain tasks, she never let it affect her, and she attended daily and stayed the course with an infectiously positive attitude.
Fantastic. Thank you, Second Vice President Wu. Do we have the student's mother on the line?
Miss Sandy Busid, if you could unmute yourself and turn on your video.
Aww, you're on mute. It's adorable.
I'm sorry, we are at the YMCA right now. She was in swimming.
Fantastic. Oh, it's so sweet. Would you like to say a few words?
No, thank you. We are very proud of my daughter.
Aw, she's so precious. Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking her in consideration.
Thank you. Keep up the good work. Have a good
Thank you.
All right. Item 5.0, announce an action taken in closed session. Ms. Collins.
Good evening, President Pritchett. We have two announcements coming out of closed session. The board approved a special education settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 20210608897 by a unanimous vote of 7-0. The board also approved a special education settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 20210602888 by a unanimous vote of 7-0.
Perfect, thank you. All right, item 6.0, agenda adoption. Before we vote on the agenda adoption, I'm requesting two changes to tonight's agenda. First, the consent item of 12.1F, approval of revised board policy 6158 regarding independent study to be pulled from the consent and considered for approval and voted on separately at the beginning of the consent agenda. And then second, that we switch the orders of items 10.3 and 10.4 so that we would consider and vote on item 10.4 first and then consider and vote on 10.3. Are there any objections to those changes? All right, can I get a motion to approve? All right, all in favor say aye. All right. And so, all right, item 7.0, public comment. We have 14 public comments this evening.
Yes, that's correct. And our first speaker is Anna Marie Norvell.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I should add that I'm thinking now that perhaps I should have asked to speak under 9.1 because I'm addressing school reopening. So would you like to hear my comment now, or should I wait until you get to 9.1?
If you can wait till 9.1, we'll add you to the 9.1.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for letting us know.
Our next speaker is Benita Shaw.
Good evening. I am yielding my time to our secretary. His name is Taylor, and he'll be coming up later on where he'll need more time to give a report from the CAC.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Benita.
Our next speaker is EJ Solis.
Good evening. I also have my opening comments that are pertaining to the opening of the schools, if you think that's proper to change the order of my comment.
Yes, we will add you to item 9.1. Thank you, EJ.
Many thanks.
Our next speaker is Ingrid Hutchins.
Good evening. We are 2 weeks away from the first day of school. Families and teachers are frustrated, worried, and scared, and increasingly angry about the lack of preparation. As you know, this is no ordinary year. As trustees, you should have required more of the district than just provide in-person school this fall. You had the power to create a safe, equitable start to the school year, but you didn't do what needed to be done. I've been a part of every bargaining meeting this summer, and let me tell you, things are not going well. The independent study program being proposed by the district doesn't equitably serve our students who receive special education services, but instead provides them with a year of concurrent teaching, a model that studies show does not work. This same independent studies proposal will cut the current program that provides some of our K through 10th grade students with an education that is suited to their unique needs. While Chad Schweitzer put in an admirable amount of work into this program, he was not given much time to work on it. He hasn't been able to work with groups of teachers who have pandemic teaching experience to find out what is needed, and he has been forced to reconfigure a current program instead of creating a new educational choice that is sorely needed. We shouldn't be in this position at this point. That's on you, not him. You chose to give the district an out instead of insisting they provide students of our district with an at-home option. The only reason we have anything at all right now is because of AB 130. Think of all the things that could have been accomplished this summer to not only provide more educational choices, but to also make on-campus learning safer. We could have built structures to be used as outdoor classrooms or outdoor areas for meals. We could have brought in portables to create more classrooms, reduce crowding. And of course, we could have created a true virtual school. Your role is not to agree with the superintendent. It's not to always agree with one another. None of us are impressed by unanimous votes. We want real trustees who are more concerned with the needs of our student and staff and keeping our school safe than political optics. With the number of pediatric COVID cases that involve hospitalization, being on a ventilator, and death are rising, it is of the utmost importance that you put uniformity aside and start mandating safety measures that will keep our schools safe. Your decisions as board members are truly a life and death matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, our next speaker is Julius Austin.
Good evening. I'm here on the behalf of the African American Advisory Board. Wanted to come here tonight to reiterate our recommendations and our requests for there to be professional development that includes anti-racist, implicit bias, social justice, and social emotional training. We want that training to be mandatory for all teachers, staff, administrators. Also want to reiterate our concerns for the reopening of the school year and state that there are huge concerns in regards to COVID-19 safety. Also, we feel that the independent learning that is currently the option outside of in-person learning is highly inadequate. Want to remind you all that we are here to be partners, but we are here to hold you all accountable. And want to also remind you that we requested to be a part of the discussions in regards to the professional development. And we want to make sure that both the SCTA and the school board continue to keep these recommendations and requests in mind.
Thank you. Next speaker. Yes, our next speaker is Mo Kashmiri.
Hi, board. This is Mo Kashmiri. I just wanted to ask, since the schools are about to open up in person, why are we not opening up the school board in person as well? I understand the trustees are there, but we're not able to go. So I'm asking that you open up the school board meetings so that people can also attend in person. If you're making our staff go back in person, I think that's the least you can do, is to show that leadership. Second, I just wanted to say that I'm curious to hear where their district's at in terms of their redistricting of the school board seats. That's something that's supposed to happen as per the census. And so I haven't seen anything about that, and just wanted to ask that we move forward on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Yes, our next speaker is Rich Vasquez.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity. I want to put a focus again. We hear it every few times a year, but the calendar again. I see you have a declaration of 84. You're trying to ask for 84 permits or whatnot. So that means we're not having qualified teachers to teach these kids. As being a member of the LCAP, we put all this work. We tell you what's needed. I'm telling you my experiences, and this doesn't make it real. Have any of your kids lived a teacher vacancy? Because again, it destroyed my faith and any type of trust within the district. Because it was 6-7 different teachers. It killed her. She didn't have no interest in school and those classes. So it is a big thing. Even now, I was talking about Hiram Johnson. We had the most teacher vacancies over the years, and it still continued. We had some last year. We had some the first year I was there. We're going to have some this year. There's a physics position up for Hiram Johnson. There's a Mandarin position that still needs to be filled. So we're going to keep having teacher vacancies. I mean, how are we meeting the kids? How are we going to get successful? How are we going to thrive? We're not when you don't have teachers in the classroom. Again, we need to change this calendar. Also, I was looking at some of the other job postings. You have 3. Rosa Parks needs an assistant principal. Wilsey Wood needs an assistant principal. These are high need schools, and you don't have leadership. I mean, well, so everyone's just running around doing what they want. This stuff is important, and I don't see many people talking about it because they're not living it. Again, Hiram Johnson, all these teacher vacancies, we have to deal with the brunt of it, and it's unfair to these kids, to our. That's why advocating for public education, I'm advocating to have teachers in the classroom, qualified teachers. That does not make sense. You guys are not doing your job. District's not doing your job. How many more years? I got 1 more year left in the district, and you guys have been saying this for 4 years. You guys going to do something about it? Again, please put a focus on that. Even with the LCAP, all our efforts, we're not going to meet our goals unless we have teachers in the classroom. So please put a focus, change the calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker is Vanessa Kudabak.
Yes, my comment was about the reopening.
Okay, we'll move you to the reopening. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Taylor Kayata, and Taylor has been given time from Benita Shaw and Dennis Ma.
Perfect. You'll get 6 minutes.
Thank you, Board. My name is Taylor Okada. I'm the Secretary of the District Special Education Community Advisory Committee, or the CAC. I am aiming to keep my comment at 2 minutes, but thank you for the extra time. I'm here with an update from the CAC. Last Tuesday, we met to discuss reopening and other concerns that we have heading into the new school year. Many parents in our community are not comfortable sending their children back to the classroom yet. However, our understanding is that students with IEPs will not be able to engage in virtual learning next year unless they engage in a lengthy process involving multiple meetings with district staff. For example, a meeting with an IEP team, as well as a meeting with a team to decide an independent study plan. Our first issue with this relates to timing. This process looks like it could take at least a month, probably more. What are our children supposed to do in the meantime? Additionally, how can we be assured that the district will be able to hold those necessary meetings in a timely manner, given that it has not been able to do so for IEP meetings last year, notably assessments? Our second issue concerns access to special education services. With independent study, our services could be even more curtailed than they were this year, which would not be good for our students. We are asking for 2 commitments from you tonight. First, commit to a timeline of no longer than 1 month for moving special education students into independent study. Additionally, identify means to provide general education and special education services to our students during that month. Second, consider alternatives to Cap City. Do not hide behind AB 130. Consider whether it is possible to provide distance learning like you did last year, even if it means you'll have to pay for it by means other than state ADA funding. Consider whether virtual learning could be an IEP accommodation. Be creative. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. Next speaker?
That was the final public comment on this for public comment.
Okay. Item 8.0, Communications, Employee Organizational Reports, SCTA.
David Fisher is reporting for SCTA.
Good evening. After weeks of waiting for Superintendent Aguilar and the school board to present the district's plan to reopen schools, teachers presented our updated and comprehensive proposal on August 17th. We have raised our concerns regarding the lack of preparation and responsiveness of the district's bargaining team, including its failure to make a written proposal to safely reopen schools. While he has not participated directly in negotiations, the superintendent, in a bewildering letter, said that the district had no intention of providing an actual proposal and demands that SCTA inform the district of the matters that it is obligated to negotiate over. Despite spending millions of dollars on Lozano Smith, the district's outside law firm, Mr. Aguilar still seems oblivious to the fact that California labor law requires the employer to notify the union in writing of any potential change in working conditions prior to its implementation. We have informed the district that we will be taking further legal action against the district for Mr. Aguilar's continued unlawful actions. Hoping to overcome the district's dysfunction and lack of leadership, our proposal addresses many of the known issues that teachers, support staff, parents, and students believe should be addressed by the time school starts on September 2nd. Our proposal follows up on the Back to School Better framework that teachers presented on June 8th, 2021, which the district still has not addressed. At the heart of our proposal is the health and safety of our students and staff. A few points. Number one, vaccinations and required testing. Consistent with Governor Newsom's August 11, 2021 executive order, staff must show proof of vaccination or be tested regularly. Additionally, following the model set forth by the Los Angeles Unified School District, staff and students should be tested at least weekly, regardless of vaccination status. Number two, ventilation and filtration. Our proposal extends the path-breaking improvements to ventilation and filtration, including the inclusion of portable, scientifically proven HEPA filters and CO2 monitors for classrooms. Those protections would be guaranteed and enforceable during the 21-22 school year. Inexplicably, the district is balking at extending this provision on safe air. Number three, viable options to in-person instruction. Since last spring, we have been urging Sac City to please create a virtual learning academy like neighboring school districts to allow a broader range of learning options for students who may not feel safe returning to school in person. Sac City failed to respond and now is scrambling to create an independent studies option as mandated by state law. Opposition from educators and parents to the district's initial plans have already resulted in significant changes to the district's final plans. But the district's plan remains vague and underdeveloped, and the district finally, just today, put an actual proposal in writing regarding the independent study program. It turns out part of the plan is to decimate the program for the 300 or so students already at Cap City by taking away their one-to-one in-person meetings that may have drawn them into the program in the first place. Additionally, Sac City faces a massive teacher shortage with more than 125 vacancies, not including the dozens of educators who will have to be added to staff the new independent study program. Number four, mandatory anti-racist implicit bias training for all staff. The SCTA equity team developed a 2-day training for all staff prior to the commencement of classes that includes 2 modules of implicit bias training for all staff. Since 2016, it has been Sac City's school board policy that staff receives this training. But still, more than 5 years later, the district remains out of compliance with school board policy. The district's in-house counsel acknowledged that the district was non-compliant, yet the district's bargaining team still has rejected our professional development proposal, including a part of the proposal that would be jointly develop much of the professional development with the Black Pearl School Board and other community groups along with the district. Number five, additional resources to improve student outcomes and addressing the staffing crisis. We have also proposed the addition of school nurses, social workers, and other professional support, including academic intervention specialists. Sac City stated in the spring that it had authorized more than 140 new positions to be paid out of COVID funds. When asked if the positions had been posted, Chief Academic Officer Christine Beta stated dozens of the positions have gone unposted because the district hasn't gotten around to create the new job descriptions for the positions. As a result, the positions will not be filled when classes begin. She declined to provide a timeline when a draft of the job descriptions could be completed. In addition, we pointed out that while surrounding districts are offering bonuses and other incentives to recruit and retain staff, Sac City is still demanding a $750 per month reduction in the take-home pay for the average Sac City educator, which hardly makes this an attractive place to work. Nevertheless, we continue to invite the superintendent and a school board member to attend at least part of the negotiations to see for yourselves the lack of preparation and responsiveness in the district's bargaining team. Our next scheduled meeting is Thursday. Thank you. Tuesday.
Okay, I believe we have a public comment.
Yes, we have a public comment on this item from Mo Kashmiri.
Hi, everyone. This is Mo Kashmiri. I was just going to comment around an SEIU 10-to-1 update. There's been a change in my status. As you know, I've been a parent in the school district for a while, and I've just resigned from my job as negotiating for the state workers, and I will now be negotiating on behalf of SEIU 10-to-1. So I look forward to working with you and building a strong relationship and hopefully making sure we turn around this district and make it high performing for everybody. We know right now that, what I know works is meeting monthly with HR and or the superintendent as a way to build a strong relationship. I'll be putting that request in writing, and we hope we can get your support on it. It's the most easy way for us to avoid conflict and build a strong relationship. And also, I just wanted to, and we look forward to talking with you also about making sure that the signing bonuses that were agreed to are implemented in a timely manner. Well, thanks again. I look forward to working with you all and as representing the classified employees. And we want to make this not just a great place to work, but a great place for kids to learn. Thanks.
All right, item 9.0, special presentation. 9.1, opening of schools update. Superintendent.
Apologies, board members and community. I just wanted to ask for your patience. This is a fairly long presentation. We think that our community deserves as many updates in as many areas that are involved in a successful reopening of our school year for the 21-22 school year. I will defer to you, President Pritchett, in terms of how you may want to take questions and comments, but it is a fairly long presentation. It is divided into the different areas of the district and how we are preparing for such reopening. So with that, I look forward to hearing the presentation. We have a very cross-functional team of probably 20 or so individuals that are going to participate in this, and I look forward to hearing questions and comments from board members based on inquiries that you've received from many of our families across the district. So with that, I'm going to ask our team to start the presentation.
Good evening, Board President Pritchett, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris, Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability for Sac City Unified. It's my privilege tonight to share with you the overall system plan for the reopening of schools for the 21-22 school year. Of course, we already have 2 campuses already that are operating right now, and so this is in honor of them and then all the other schools that will be opening on September 2nd. As you look at the title page here, I'll just make note that this is seeing the system. Many times we use that term. This slide is meant to give context to all the departments that have played a vital role in preparing for the open of school year. Given the current reality that obviously many of our public have spoken to, we will spend sufficient time speaking to some of the health and safety protocols up front, and then many of the other efforts underway to ensure that we have a great reopening of school for our students, our families, and our staff. If we go to the next slide, please. And so this is a statement that really emerged out of last spring, spring of 2020, where we talked a lot about this notion of what does it mean for us to reopen in the midst of an ongoing pandemic. And so many of those same principles that you see here outlined still hold true. I'll anchor to the center of the statement in that we definitely see our return together plan in the context of adhering to all county public health orders to ensure safely serve as many students as possible through in-person instruction. The board itself obviously made a statement about this last spring, and staff is deeply committed to ensuring that this condition is met as we reopen in the fall. Go to the next slide, please. And so we had these same guiding principles that we introduced in the spring of 2020, and they hold true today. I'll emphasize 3 of them, but all of them are equally important. The first one really does speak to the current reality that we're working through right now with the Delta surge in terms of health, safety, and well-being. And so ultimately, all of our decisions have been grounded in specific guidance provided by federal, state, and county health officials. And that then, as we know, there's a requirement to be agile. So as we look at bullet number 3 or principle number 3, it really has forced us to think deeply about the fluctuating guidance, the fluctuating conditions, and make sure that we continue to balance safety and health so that we create the conditions necessary for learning for all of our students. And then I'll just emphasize really point number 4, and that we definitely are looking to meet the academic, social, emotional, and physical needs of our students and employees, as well as all of our school communities. Again, all of these principles are working together to ensure that we have a safe, successful, and students and adult-centered reopening for everyone's success. If we go to the next slide, please. Now, we've talked about the pandemic being the thing that we're in the middle of, but we know that our center comes back to the board's core value, comes back to the district's guiding principle. And so as we think about everything that's in context right now, all of our work is ensuring that we continue to implement the core value in terms of disrupting inequity and working to level the playing field for all of our students. To what end is to make our guiding principle come to life so that our students are able to have an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. That remains our center, even as we work to mitigate the risk of the pandemic, even as we work to ensure the health and safety of everyone within the communities of our schools. We are deeply committed to adhering to the core value and to the guiding principle. If we go to the next slide, please. So many times we've presented this slide in the context of the three circles. So we've presented in the context of student data outcomes. We presented in the context of our planning process in terms of our LCAP and our school planning process through our SIPSAs. But tonight, actually, the emphasis here is in the center. So you'll hear a lot about what is the infrastructure to ensure that we have the ability to actually deliver on the promise that as we look at the student needs that we have in our system, and as we think about the ways which we plan to implement practices and programs that ensure all of our students are able to fulfill the guiding principle. Tonight, you'll hear a lot about the infrastructure. This will be a unique presentation, and that will really talk about kind of how does the system work to ensure that we're using data to allocate our resources, fiscal, human capital, otherwise, to ensure that we're achieving the guiding principle. And that's really the anchor for tonight, is the centerpiece of seeing how the infrastructure of our system works, all in terms of fulfilling the guiding principle. Go to the next slide, please. So as we transition to actually hearing more about our infrastructure, we'll just use this slide as a transition point just to speak to the current reality. As all of you are aware, we know that we're in a season of surge. The second bullet speaks to just, as conditions change and we're required to be agile, we've had a significant shift in the case count per 100, and that we're, approaching the mid 30s. We're just at the end of June, we were at 3. And so staff recognizes that, and there's many plans in place to mitigate risk. And obviously we see the positivity rate, and of course we see the vaccination rate for Sacramento County as well. So this is seeing the community in which we operate and recognizing that we obviously take this data very seriously. And this is fundamental and foundational to all of our plans to open for the school year. And with that, we'll now start hearing various reports from staff members in terms of the infrastructure we have built underway to ensure a health, safe, and productive school year for everyone within the Sac City community.
Good evening. I'm Victoria Flores. I serve as your Director of Student Support and Health Services. And tonight I'm going to talk with you about our Return to Health plan and how we are bringing our students and staff and everyone safely back on campus. Next slide, please. So we're really grounded in the science for safely reopening schools. This comes straight from the California Safe Schools for All website. The parent page, really invite all of our parents and community members, our staff, our board members to visit this page. And it's really got a lot of great information. They've even included updating the page to talk about the Delta variant as well, and why we're still saying it's okay to safely reopen our schools for those of us that are making that choice for our children. So one of the things that they're grounded in is that children really are less likely to get and spread COVID. You'll remember that's why we opened our TK through 3rd grade classes first, because young children don't seem to be quite as impacted. I know we're hearing on the media, though, that more and more children are testing positive as we're hitting this 4th wave. That is true, but it's still holding that they're not quite as likely as those of us that are older. We also know that schools equal less spread, and we see this across the globe, particularly for schools that have mitigation measures that are regularly employed, such as face masking or distancing testing, things like that. We know we're not seeing that spread. And to draw a real world comparison for you, Mr. Harris spoke about the positivity rate in Sacramento County as being 10% right now. In our district right now on our dashboard, it's 1.6%. So we've always been significantly lower than the county. Right now, that spread is pretty high. We don't have all of our schools back, but it's because of these tried and true mitigation measures. We also know that the community and social gatherings does equal more spread. This is where most children are contracting COVID. It's from the adults in their social circles, their community, or maybe even their own household. That's how COVID spreads. And we really see that in our district as well. This is why vaccine is our best protection for all of us that are age eligible. We get vaccinated to protect all of those that aren't age eligible or maybe aren't able to. Our layered approach, our tried and true measures is why we're seeing less spread in schools. And of course, COVID testing becomes really important, whether we're vaccinated or not, so that we can quickly identify those cases, isolate, quarantine, and prevent that spread. Next slide, please. So tonight I'm going to take you through our return to health plan, and it's really grounded in these layers of safety. I know our community has seen this graphic many, many times, but I think it's really, really compelling that every layer, everything that we do in schools, none of them is 100% effective or perfect, but that when we layer them together, we create a much tighter safety net, which is why we see less spread in schools. So I'm going to take you through each one of these tonight. Next slide, please. So as I said, vaccination is our #1 strategy. So far to date, we've hosted 34 vaccine clinics and we've provided 22,502 vaccinations. We just hosted a clinic last night with Dr. Kawana Carter there in your boardroom. And we still have, roughly about 80 folks showing up every time, which right now is really great, right? Those are really, really good numbers. So we will continue to be committed to that. We know our vaccines are safe, they're effective, even with breakthrough cases, and we are experiencing them. We just, we want to name it to tame it, right? This is a reality. What the science is showing us is that they're less likely to get severely ill or hospitalized, and also less likely to transmit or spread COVID as those that are not vaccinated. So we still really encourage everyone to get vaccinated. We also know recently we had a public health order that talked about workers in K-12 school needing to either get vaccinated or COVID test weekly. And so if you're vaccine hesitant, we really encourage you. This is a really good time. Reach out to your health provider or a trusted source to really talk through any of those concerns. Next slide, please. So our #2 mitigation measure is universal face masking. And this is really a reality for us, a real-time response to the Delta variant and, the high rate of transmission, because we know not everyone in our school system can get vaccinated. And so we will actually be revising, and our revision to this slide didn't quite make it in tonight, but we are revising our policy in real time to actually to make the requirement, couldn't find my word, requirement for face masking both indoors and outdoors at all district locations. If you'll remember, this is what we did back in the spring. Of course, we thought with vaccine we'd be able to, take our face masks off, but our reality tells us something different right now. And because we want to do everything we can to protect our classroom and protect our community, we're going to take every measure that we can. This is recommended by our county public health, and so we're going to lean into this recommendation and be face masking in all of those scenarios. Of course, we know we're going to have to take face masks off when we eat, but we're going to be practicing physical distancing, really pushing those activities outdoor as much as we can. And we'll have plenty of face masks to replace should it get soiled or lost or all the things that happen with our students. Next slide, please. So COVID testing is also a really important mitigation measure for us. So we've been doing this since February. I feel pretty, able to say that we have one of the most robust COVID testing programs in our whole area. We've provided over 18,000 COVID tests to date, and we will again have health aides at every single school site on a daily basis to staff our care rooms and provide COVID testing. In fact, we are staffing up to provide 2 health aides to every school site because we're bringing back all of our students, and we really want to encourage that testing. We also will have testing available at district locations as well as other locations that works for those departments. 2 types of testing available, both rapid antigen and PCR. We just have to get consent one time, once a year. Once you've consented, you can access testing at any time. Whether you're symptomatic, there's been an exposure, or you just want to participate in surveillance testing. So we really encourage everyone to sign up. We will also be hosting pre-entry screening events. Really encourage everyone to come and get tested before school starts. Next slide, please. Our stay home sick protocols, I just can't emphasize enough how incredibly important and how much we're really pleading with our community to really pay attention to this one. We're going to focus on lots of frequent messaging and signage at all of our entrances, really just saying if you're experiencing even one symptom, we're going to ask you to stay home, encourage you to test right there on the location, just to be safe and clear. We'll have face coverings and hand sanitizer at all those entrances. We'll continue to use our temperature screeners as much as practically possible while still getting all of our students onto campus. And we're really focused on two questions. Do you have any symptoms? And if you do, you really do need to stay home. Or have you had close contact or tested positive for COVID? Of course, then we want to stay home as well. Next slide, please. And then we're going to be following our return to school or work guidelines, which really say you have to be 24 hours fever-free. That's a pretty standard. Symptoms improved, and you either have a negative COVID test, which we can facilitate right there at the site, or a doctor's provided a note. If you don't want to do any of those, that's okay too. Families have, these choices. Then we'll just have you stay home for that 10 days until we know that that's passed. Next slide, please. So we know with all of this testing and staying home sick protocols, we have positive cases. We see the rate of spread in our community, and what we have to do is be prepared to deal with them. And so we do have pretty extensive contact tracing procedures. We've been busy lately. And what we're asking our community and our staff to do is notify us immediately. If you've tested positive for COVID or you've been exposed, you need to reach out, notify your school site administrator or supervisor. We will respond immediately. I serve on our district COVID response team. All of those emails come across, my desk, as well as an amazingly dedicated group of school nurses and RNs. And we will reach out immediately. We will talk with that individual. We will determine if they were on the campus and really work through starting to understand who's a close contact and providing those guidance documents. Next slide, please. So as we discover cases, we know this is going to happen. There's some rules about quarantine and different scenarios that we can apply now. And so we do have a modified quarantine for students only. And there's two conditions to be able to apply this modified quarantine. It has to happen in school. And remember, that's because we know those layered mitigation measures are happening, and you have to have been face masked. So if you had a close contact exposure at lunch with your face mask off, this won't apply to you. If the student's fully vaccinated and we can verify that and they're symptom free, they can return right away. If they're not fully vaccinated, then they can qualify for a modified quarantine. Families and students, though, do have to consent and agree to this process, and they have to meet all the conditions. No symptoms, face masking, those are for everyone. They have to test at least twice weekly over that quarantine period and refrain from extracurricular activities. So unfortunately, no expanded learning, no sports, but hopefully, if they continue to test negative, we can release them from quarantine. If families don't want to make that choice to test or follow those measures, that's okay. They'll just go on the standard quarantine for 10 days. Next slide, please. So we do have different requirements for staff and then also for students that are exposed in the community. So for staff who've had a close contact exposure, if they're fully vaccinated and that exposure was not in their household and they're symptomatic or they're symptom free, again, we can release them from quarantine. They're fully vaccinated. They can come right back. If that staff member is not vaccinated, they're going to have to serve that full quarantine. And then for students with close contact in the community, they are going to have to quarantine. And that's because we don't know the level of exposure. We don't know those mitigation measures that might have been used. So if the student is fully vaccinated, the exposure was not in their household, they too can be released from quarantine and return right away. If they're not vaccinated, of course, they will have to serve the full quarantine. Sac County Public Health did just issue some brand new guidance just this week, and this is a real-time pivot to what's happening in our community. So if there's a positive case in your household that you live with, regardless of vaccination status of the close contact, they are asking or requiring us to quarantine those individuals. They're seeing so many positive cases in these situations that's a real-time pivot that they've made to really work hard to stop the spread in our area and protect, our ability to still attend school. So if we go to the next slide, please, I'll show you some of those quarantine decision trees. So they've issued 3 trees. We're going to post these as part of our Return to Health plan so that families can find them easily and download them. And it really helps staff and families really understand the complex decisions and considerations you have to make in each case for quarantine. So that tree number 1 talks about if someone's symptomatic and following those protocols. Tree number 2 talks about an exposure at school, right? There's that differential for students, and you'll see that modified quarantine for students who are masked. Tree number 3 speaks about that exposure outside of school, and that's where you'll see if you're a household close contact, you'll have to fully quarantine. Next slide, please. So another way that we're going to shift our exposure notices in response to all of these cases is to publicly post our cases by location on our new district COVID dashboard. This is up on our dashboard. You can see the website right there, reopeningdashboard.susd.edu, and you can visit it right now. And this is really so that our staff and our families can understand the impact of COVID right there in their community and the schools that they serve or attend. So this is from August 1st and forward. All cases where the individual was physically present at school or work during the infectious period. So there was some level of risk on that campus. All of the cases and the close contacts related to that. So this drills down to the school site level as well as staff and students. You can sort the data that way as well. So this includes the total number of cases. So you'll see the purple boxes are the total number of cases, people who were positive for COVID, and the total number of individuals quarantined, those individuals noted as close contacts. The turquoise boxes are actually a slice of the purple. So what it says is of the 18 total cases, 8 of them are actively at home on isolation and aren't allowed to come back to school. Of the 82 individuals quarantined, 14 are actively at home on quarantine. Once their return date passes, they'll come off of that active list. So it does really give you some real-time indication of what's happening at your site. And just major kudos to everyone who made this happen. It was not easy, but there was a lot of cross-departmental collaboration. And so we're really encouraging our site principals to interact and engage with this dashboard. This is a way that they can keep their community updated in real time about the exposures that are potentially on campus, because what we will be issuing this school year are exposure notices just to those classrooms or those cohorts when there's a positive case. And then of course we will be reaching out further if someone was identified as a close contact and providing that guidance about quarantine. Next slide, please. So of course, this one you've seen a lot. We've got lots of hand, cough, sneeze, hygiene. We always want to reinforce this, particularly during cold and flu season. We know the RSV virus has also made its resurgence, especially in our littles. So we're going to see lots of cold and flu-like as well. Hand hygiene is our best friend during this time. We will have lots of PPE and tissues and all of those things for our students and our staff as well. Next slide, please. And so physical distancing is something we still want to practice. So with universal face masking, especially indoor and outdoor, distancing criteria is no longer required in schools by CDPH. However, I do just want to say, they do say that we have to maintain as much physical distancing as practically possible. It is still a good strategy to employ. So you're going to see our classrooms and office spaces will be configured to make sure everyone can come back, but we can have as much distancing as possible. So some of those areas that we might have had in our classrooms, we probably still need to keep those at bay so that we can spread our desks out. Of course, during meal times, we're going to practice physical distancing when we have to remove our face coverings, and there'll be other, scenarios or situations where we'll want to distance as well if a face mask needs to be removed. Next slide, please. And so we are still waiting and expecting some additional guidance from CDPH, particularly around athletics and extracurricular activities. In the meantime, we're following the guidance that was last issued. Of course, tonight I've told you we've got a real-time update to our return to health plan, not only those decision trees and that close contact in the household, but also our face masking indoor and outdoor. Our principals have been trained and updated. They continue to reach out with their questions and concerns, and we continue to support them. And as Mr. Harris said, we're going to remain agile, flexible, resilient. Insert your favorite adjective as we launch this next school year. But our focus will be on keeping each other and our community safe. Next slide, please.
Good evening. My name is Chris Ralston. I'm your new director over in facilities management, and I'm pleased to introduce both the ventilation and cleaning practices that we're working on. Next slide, please. The custodial operations team will continue our cleaning practices based on guidance from all of our health and safety experts, which includes regularly disinfecting high-touch areas and enhanced cleaning and disinfection in spaces where known cases have been. We have obtained special tools and machines to make sure we clean all aspects of a space, including foggers and electrostatic sprayers that will clean on top of and underneath the furniture in the room and reach into the ductwork of any ventilation system for those deep cleanings. Daily, our standard cleaning program will make up a majority of our time in the school and office settings to ensure we keep the spaces used by our students and staff ready and safe for use. Next slide, please. I am pleased to report that we are wrapping up a large project that included a tune-up and as necessary repair of all the units in the school district to ensure that they are working as efficiently as possible. This included a disinfection of the unit. We are also beginning our on-schedule change of all filters in the units, continuing our use of upgraded MERV 13 filters. This will be our third change of filters in the district since the standard began, and we have already begun the process of securing our order for the fourth change when that time comes. My colleague will explain that this current project is setting up future work to ensure, as we are engaging in future project programming, that we focus on indoor air quality improvement across the system. I am pleased to introduce my colleague Nathaniel Browning, Director of Facilities, to provide an update to our summer projects. Nathaniel? Nathaniel, you're on mute, sir.
Thank you. So let's try that again. My name is Nathaniel Browning, and as my colleague just shared, HVAC tune-ups and disinfection efforts have been a major focus over the summer. This effort is helping to ensure these units across the district run more efficiently and has helped to identify high-priority projects moving forward in the realm of ventilation. Additionally, the facilities team has also focused on key deferred maintenance projects across the district, such as the roofing project pictured here at Father Keith B. Kinney on the bottom right. The team is also focused on a large roofing project at MLK Junior K-8 and a blacktop project at Bancroft Elementary, also pictured on the top right. One of the summer projects that I've been most excited about is the Father Keith B. Kinney green space expansion. The site previously had a very small and fenced off green space area that was inaccessible for all the students and an overwhelming amount of blacktop. This project is reducing the amount of blacktop, leveling out and expanding the green space, and adding irrigation to that area. This will be the first time the site has a green space that's irrigated for any kind of activities at the school site. This project will now provide students with that valuable green space to also help mitigate COVID-19 by increasing outdoor learning and eating opportunities. All of these projects have experienced some impacts related to COVID-19. For example, at Father Keith B. Kinney Green Space, the irrigation pump was so far out in ordering that it's not going to show up until after the start of school, but we've secured a rental pump that will be installed in the interim. And once we receive that pump, we will be installing it over the weekend. None of these materials delays will impact the start of school whatsoever. And we are beginning the final wrap-ups of these projects now. And so with that, I'd like to hand it over to my colleague, Ms. Diana Flores. Next slide.
Thank you, Nathaniel. I'm Diana Flores. I serve as the Director of Nutrition Services. Next slide, please. First, I'm going to go over with you the Sacramento County Public Health Guidelines for mealtimes in cafeterias. And on the next slide, I'll explain a little bit about what that'll look like at Sac City Unified. When possible, meals should be eaten outdoors while practicing distancing during eating time. Where cafeterias are used, physical distancing will be maximized, using additional spaces outside of the cafeteria for mealtime, such as outdoors or gymnasiums. Students should use physical distancing as much as practically possible during mealtimes. If eating indoors, use of assigned seating charts to assist with contact tracing is recommended. Recommendations also to have half the students at recess while the other half are eating lunch and then switch is also a recommendation from Sac County Public Health. Hand hygiene must be practiced before and after eating, which will be either hand washing or hand sanitizer. Disinfect frequently touched surfaces. And given the low risk of transmission from surfaces and shared objects, there is no need to limit food service approaches to single-use items and packaged meals. And masks will be used by students as soon as they are done eating or when talking with their classmates. Next slide, please. So what to expect at our elementary schools? We know that because of the maximizing of distancing within the cafeterias, we know that our meal times will be extended somewhat, anywhere from 45 minutes to 60 minutes earlier at most schools. We're recommending 6 students seated at each cafeteria table indoors, and we have placement decals on the seats to inform the students where it's best to be seated. At most or all this elementary schools, students will be eating outdoors. Some principals have decided all the students will eat outdoors, and some will utilize indoors and outdoors, a hybrid of both. Students will be seated in shaded areas, under pop-up tents, on grassy areas, on carpet squares or yoga mats, which we did during the learning hubs of last year. And we have 1,500 picnic-style tables on order. What to expect at secondary schools are outdoor serving carts, snack bar window service, and cafeteria lines, with less cafeteria lines indoors and more outdoors than prior to COVID. Meal consumption at secondaries is primarily outdoors, but when indoors, they will also maximize social distancing. Next slide. I also want to update our school board and our community of the passage of SB 364. What that did in California is ensure that every student in a public school will receive free lunch indefinitely. Just like textbooks, school meals are now part of a universal part of every child's school day, reducing stigma, hunger, and barriers to proper nutrition. That is something that is unique to California. For this upcoming school year, USDA is funding the school nutrition program, but after this school year, the state of California will fund students that, regardless of income, will receive free meals. And there will be no more meal applications. And we are continuing to stock water. The drinking fountains are turned off at this at the schools, we will stock water in every classroom. And at the secondaries, middle and high schools, and the 7th and 8th graders at K-8 schools will receive a Pathwater aluminum reusable sustainable water bottle to refill. They also have water in their classroom, but we're going to encourage secondary students to refill water at home and carry water with them every day. Next slide, please.
Hi, good evening. I'm Bob Lyons. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the district. Next slide, please. The technology focus this summer has been to improve our network access for students and staff. This included 15,000 new HP Chromebooks for incoming students and to replace end-of-life and broken devices. 1,000 of the devices have been reserved to address individual site needs. 1,000 new Mac Chromebooks for teachers are currently being deployed out to sites. This is in addition to the 900 Lenovo laptops distributed to staff at the end of the school year in June. After our network issues last spring, our district fiber optic cabling is being tested, repaired, or replaced as needed. Testing is currently 76% complete, with 58% of all failed fiber being replaced and terminated. 4 crews are working to complete all testing and repair by the start of school. In addition, we've also added the new cloud-based ticketing system for easier access and migrated all staff to Office 365 for anytime, anywhere file access that provides for business continuity in case of power failure or equipment failure. It's been a busy summer for the department. Next slide, please.
So as we look to our family and community empowerment team and our engagement with families, we'll talk briefly about a couple of strategies that we're building upon from last year. If we go to the next slide. And so in 2 big ways, we've had an opportunity to rethink and reimagine ways in which we engage with our families. Our parent-teacher home visit program actually had 3 times as many visits last year as it had prior years, really driven by the virtual bridge visits, which were an ability of our teachers to leverage technology and do those virtually, even though we were in the midst of the pandemic. And so this coming school year, we're looking to leverage both the virtual bridge visits and also allow in-person visits that follow all of the appropriate protocols as described previously. And then our Family and Community Empowerment Department continues its work of supporting our site administrators with information packets, particularly targeting our new administrators, and then continuing ongoing programming in terms of the fall parent learning pathways, and then updating a portfolio of videos that were debuted last summer and refreshed this year as it relates to providing on-demand resources for families as they look to understand how to navigate the system, both in terms of their child's education and parent involvement. If we go to the next slide. And this just gives you a quick snapshot of some of the videos underway. You'll see the first one actually is a partnership with the Mexican consulate that'll be taking place on August 25th. And then there's several other on-demand videos that'll be available to support families. And then at the bottom, you'll see a couple of items that'll just be standing resources, the parent learning toolkit, parent distance learning toolkit, and our virtual volunteer protocol. So again, lifting things from last year that our families found valuable and making sure that they're refreshed with current information and available again this year. Go to the next slide, please. So our enrollment center continues its vital work in terms of creating many opportunities for families to engage with our system to enroll their children. If we go to the next slide, you can see basically 3 primary ways in which we are allowing families to do this. One has been our ongoing online registration, which of course is available 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Another opportunity is in person at the enrollment center, practicing all safety, health and safety protocols. And then finally, we're stretching or opening up a traditional window of site enrollment, where typically this is done in a 2-week period. This year, just in recognition of the fact we're coming into a new normal, if you will, with the pandemic. We're opening it up now for a full month almost, from August 16th to September 10th. And of course, practicing all of the protocols is listed here in the bullets, and recognize that this is another vital way to ensure our families have every opportunity to enroll their child at their site. And then finally, of course, our MOC Center, or our Matriculation Orientation Center, continues monitoring our language phone lines, and certainly we look to ensure connection with our families in their desired language, and followed by staff. If we go to the next slide, please.
Good evening. I am Tiffany Smith Simmons, and I'm proud to serve as one of our human resource directors. Tonight, I'm just here to update you on our work this summer as we prepare for the opening of schools. I just want to highlight a few numbers for you. We have hired over 223 certificated teachers. We've also hosted 117 employees in our virtual new employee orientation. We are excited to have a special new teacher orientation planned for our teachers on August 30th. We've also invited our teachers from last year that onboarded without having that connection to our various departments. This year, we saw 137 teachers leave or attrition leave us for one reason or another. We're also proud that 98% of our classrooms are fully staffed. We have done over 9,000 transactions since May 1st of this year. And we have 13 employees who remain laid off, and 5 of those 13 have requested waivers for this upcoming school year. Next slide.
Hello, I'm Christine Vieta, and I serve as your Chief Academic Officer. And in the academic office, as we heard from Mr. Harris, we're working to create a database decision-making approach to everything that we do, as well as pulling together all of the supports. We're thinking of them as wrapping around our students and our staff, ensuring that everybody has what they need and that we can assess those needs and know whether or not the supports that we put in place for our students are really helping them to accelerate and be successful and safe in this new learning environment as we get ready to open our schools. We wanted to introduce to you this evening really our vision in our academic office, which is grounded in a multi-tiered system of support. And I'd like you to take a look for a moment with me at our tree. At the bottom and foundation of the tree, where the very darkest soil is, you see that everything is growing from our core value, stating that we recognize that our system is inequitable by design and that we vigilantly confront and interrupt those inequities that exist. As we move up through the soil, you'll see the 6 tenets of a strong MTSS framework. It's important to understand that MTSS is not an initiative. It's not something that happens. It's a framework that happens at every school site around what works at that school site. You may remember that we're supporting MTSS in a 3-year model in our system. Last year, we had 25 schools trained and experience learning across these 6 tenets that you see in our roots. Starting this next school year, we'll have another 25 schools joining this learning journey. As you move up, you see that foundational to all of our success is how we ground this in our single plan for student achievement, how we assure that this is accounted for in our LCAP, and that we're honoring all the work of that LCAP PAC that we've heard from our members tonight. And that we know regarding budget that the dollars that we spend are having an impact and that we know where that impact is for all of our students. As you move up through the center of the tree, you see our kids, and we know that the center of our work has to be grounded in high quality instruction. We're representing these tiers of support, knowing that if we do a really great job foundationally in tier 1 with the universal design for learning, with the parent teacher home visits that we just heard about from Chief Harris, with our supports for our English learners, with positive behavior interventions and supports, that we attend to the literacy needs of our students, attendance needs, as if we can do that really well foundationally throughout the entire system, we start to reduce the need for tier 2 and tier 3 additional supports. But we want to make sure that those supports are there and available for our students and that we're able to assess how those are working, and when we need to adjust those for our kids. Please take a look up at the sun shining down, because none of this will happen, as we know, if we are not attending to the anti-racist needs of our system, those professional learning needs that we know are a part of our growing journey that will take us time. To really assure that we can actualize equity, access, and social justice in our system as we begin this school year, we continue to ground our work in the academic office in a multi-tiered system of support. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Christine. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Crutchman, and I am the director of MTSS, but I also oversee the Student Attendance and Engagement Office, formerly known as the Be Here office. So this year we have refocused our work, and rather than solely focusing on attendance, because we know that not everyone can be here as we face another year of COVID, what we've done is we began to focus on what truly matters, and not only during a pandemic, but all times, and that's relationships. So we have become the CARE team, and that stands for Connect, Ask, Relate, and Engage. I will give you our phone number. We have someone there each and every day to answer phones and help families as they navigate yet another year of COVID. It's 916-643-2121. And I just want to read our vision statement. I'm really proud of our growing team, and we came up with this as a team. And it says, authentic relationships with students, families, and the community are the foundation of our work to reduce chronic absence, increase student engagement, and ensure academic success for all students, especially our most vulnerable. Next slide, please. So this slide really focuses on what we will be doing different next year. This summer, we have focused on re-engaging all of those students who struggled last year during distance learning to stay engaged. They were chronically absent or even severely chronically absent. So we have started, and you can see some of our numbers there at the bullet points, but we started first with phone banking. Our team, we have child welfare and attendance specialists. They're assigned to school sites. They started to call each and every one of the chronically absent students' families to check in and make sure that they were okay, to make sure that they had everything that they needed to start the school year off this year, to answer any questions if we could, because we know that there are still a lot of questions out there. We did home visits after that. So if we couldn't reach them by phone, we copied what we did last year with the unreachable students and did home visits. And these are different than the home visits that Vincent spoke of, which focus on relationship building. We did focus on that connection, but they were home check-ins. They're really just to make sure that the kids are okay. And so these are some of the numbers. We are still working on them, but we are starting to turn our focus more to starting school and preparing for this next year. What we are doing right now, during those home check-ins, we counted the number of students and offered school supplies and backpacks. So we have families that are stopping by to pick up backpacks or needed school supplies that we were able to procure with our Be Here grant. The next area in which we were focusing on is communication. And we know that during COVID, communication was a very difficult thing. So we are working together with In Class Today. They helped us last year find those unreachable students to have a district-wide text message. It's a two-way text message and emails just to remind everyone of the first day of school and give them yet again another place to ask questions. It's a two-way chat so that it can go back and forth. We still have the learn at seusd.edu website where all of your questions can be answered. It's being updated every day by Tara and her team. We are also working on digital packets to make it easier, so it will be one way of many options in which families can submit their first day of school and beginning of school forms. And then we also will be continuing our Kelvin Pulse surveys. And I think you'll hear about them a little more later in this presentation, but our focus, because it's a collaborative effort, our focus will be on those relationships and engagement and being able to measure that throughout the year. And if we notice that either a particular student or a particular school has low engagement rates, doing what we can to ensure that those students' needs are being met and that they can become engaged or stay engaged. We are also offering our sites in September only, and for our elementary sites, some additional staff hours for attendance and engagement work. So we know at the beginning of school, and especially this year, attendance can be rather tricky, and it often gets put on the back burner as we work to enroll students and register students. And then we're spending the rest of the year trying to get caught up. And some of our students have already missed so many days by the time October comes. They're already chronically absent. They're already behind. And we know that when students are behind, they're less likely to come to school. They're less likely to feel good about themselves. They're less likely to be successful. So with these additional staff hours at the sites, including our team going out to sites and assisting them on a regular basis throughout this year. So we're not just sitting at the district office, we are actually in the field doing work with and alongside our sites. We really want to focus on getting that attendance work done in September. And the last thing for September, and you'll hear a little bit more about this next month, it is Attendance Awareness Month. We have our nifty little flyer there on the side. It's a difficult time to talk about attendance. When we just heard Victoria talk about when kiddos are sick, we need them to stay home, and with quarantine and everything. But it is also even more vital that our students stay up to speed and have a way to continue to learn, because we don't want to see 10 years from now graduation rates declining. It is vitally important that that focus on attendance and engagement, no matter how it is, and as long as we are safe, that we still can focus on and improve engagement in the district. Next slide.
Good evening, board members and dear superintendent. I am Manpreet Kaur, Director Youth Development. Before I go into next year and how expanded learning will be at sites during 2021-22, I want to talk a little bit about our summer 2021. Our programming, most of the schools programs, they were done on July 30th, some on August 6th. We were at 34 elementary, K-8 and middle school sites, and we have 3,246 students enrolled in our K-8 summer programming. We ran 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, 6.5 hours each day from 8 to 2:30 for 5 weeks. We had almost 200 certificated teachers in our elementary, K-8 and middle school sites who provided academic services in our programming. We had 40 plus health aides and nurses who did contact tracing during summer programming. We had extra custodial services for each of our summer program sites. We also had principals working at our sites too. High dosage tutoring, our amazing teachers, we are very grateful to them. They offered high dosage tutoring for 4 hours daily in ELA, ELD, and math. Students were with teachers in small groups for 45 minutes each day. We are youth development is very thankful to our academic department for helping us working with teachers, providing training, curriculum. We are very thankful to social emotional learning department, and of course our student support and health services who did contact tracing and provided all that help with our amazing health aides. Facilities and operations did their best to provide custodial services at all of our sites. They went above and beyond to provide these services and PPE to all of our staff and students. And last but not the least, nutrition services provided breakfast and lunch to all those 3,000 plus some students. Next slide. So over here, you see some pictures from our summer programmings. You see that there are some structured games and sports are going on. Lemonade stand is going on. There is a mural at Sam Brannan Middle School that was completed during summer programming. You also see students with cones. This is a dance they are performing. You see some French language going on over here because the theme of summer was summer around the world. You see some STEAM students working on an experiment and students playing frisbee on the playground. We have so many pictures that we have taken and we are very proud about the enrichment activities that we provided during summertime. Next slide. So for school year 21-22, we are projected to open at 70 some plus school sites. We are expanding to provide and maximize the services that we provide for our families. We will be offering before school and after school. Expanded learning focus will be academic enrichment, homework help, physical play, opportunities for youth voice and leadership, social emotional development, and positive relationship building. At high schools, we will offer credit recovery courses and elective courses, of course, based on the needs of the school sites. As students are coming out of pandemic, we will be offering lot of enrichments and lot of relationship buildings. Partnerships, we have 9 community-based organizations that we will be partnering at different school sites, and we have 11 supplemental providers such as Sacramento Theater Company, Crocker Arts Museum, etc., who will provide enrichments. Applications are open and live. And all school sites and program managers are recruiting students. With CARES and ELO funding, YDSS is increasing slots. We are telling our agencies that we are saying no to nobody. If a student wants to be in expanded learning, student is in expanded learning, and we are asking that no student should be on wait list. And we are also expanding to elementary sites. So we are expanding to 8 sites where we do not have grants, but we are expanding with CARES and other funds. Expansion of programming depends on our capacity of the providers and space at school sites. Because with the increased number of students, we also need to make sure that we have space in expanded learning for proper distancing and for students to do all those enrichment activities. And capacity of the providers, we are asking all of them to increase their capacity so we can provide services based on the demand that we have. And we are aiming to meet the demand and based on the need to re-engage students. We want students to come back to our sites, and we will offer maximum supports to our families and our students, and we will provide them before school and after school options at almost 70 something school sites. Thank you. Next slide.
All right, thank you, Manpreet. Good evening. I'm Chad Schweitzer, Instructional Assistant Superintendent. Here to talk tonight about Assembly Bills 104 and 130. We can get started on Assembly Bill 104. It focuses on 3 main areas. Parents can make a request to have their student retained in the same grade level as last year during 2021 and 22. We must consult within parents within 30 days after receiving that written request for an eligible pupil to be retained. And an eligible pupil is defined as an elementary student who has received 1s, or a secondary student who has received Ds, Fs, or no pass grades for at least half of their coursework in 2020-21. Does not include students who were seniors last year, though. We do have administrative regulations and board policy that address guidelines pertaining to retention. And we'll be sending communication and lists of students out to sites tomorrow morning who requested retention so that the sites can begin having meetings with parents. The second main point in high school is that high school students had 15 days following communication that was sent out on July 31st to make any grade change requests to their schools. Once those requests were made, we have 15 days following the student's request to change the transcript and notify the student and the parent of those changes. Sites are currently using what we call our Smart Sheet grade change system. It's currently in place to ensure the teacher of record from last year is notified once those grades are changed. And when we can also track all of the students who had grades changed via that system. The last item in 104 pertains to graduation requirements. We determined the number of juniors and seniors from 2021 who were potentially eligible for meeting the state minimum requirements of 130 credits for graduation. And sites are currently working on contacting students to offer diplomas if students meet criteria, or create plans for students to earn their diploma based upon those AB 104 guidelines. Also advising them that they would be graduating without the same academic rigor as our current graduation requirements. I'll also be tracking this data using graduation plans and Infinite Campus. AB 104 graduation waiver is similar to other waivers that we currently use for foster students, homeless, etc. And we've been communicating with families via the e-connection and the website learn.susd.edu with the backslash of the AB 104. Next slide, please. So Assembly Bill 130, this will be an update from our last board meeting where we did our first reading of board policy, 6158. AB 130 calls out the need to have an independent study program for students who are not yet ready to return to full in-person instruction. We're going to offer our independent study program at Capital City. The process for enrolling in the independent study program is for parents to complete the interest form for independent study that's been sent out via the e-connection and is also on the learn.susd.edu/independent study page. We're getting ready to send out a communication to parents who have shown interest in Capital City for this year. Notify parents that all the curriculum will be the same curriculum that's offered to students at school sites and will follow the same standards of light and content. While we're still in negotiations, instructional days and the time for synchronous instruction and live interaction vary depending on grade level and according to AB 130 requirements. Next slide, please. Students in all grade levels will receive synchronous instruction or have opportunities to receive synchronous instruction. One of the highlights is during any part of the school year, students at Cap City may return to their home school within 5 days of requesting to do so. So we're aware, students are at open enrollment schools, they're in special programs, special pathways, and we're continuing to work with Infinite Campus and our enrollment center to ensure students have the return rights to their home school and programs that they were previously enrolled in. Students who are quarantined during the school year will not be transferred to Cap City under AB 130. They would remain at their home school and continue to learn with their class via short-term independent study process. Please note that Cap City is an independent study program and it's not a charter school, so there's different regulations there. And although parents can request to transfer their student to the independent study program at any time, capacity at some point may be limited and we may have to create a wait list depending on the timing and enrollment. Next slide, please. Per the Education Code, students with exceptional needs may not participate in the independent study program unless that student's IEP specifically provides for that participation. We heard from some parents and staff earlier this evening, so we'll make sure that we have an IEP meeting will take place as part of our parent, educator, and pupil meeting in order for the IEP team to quickly determine if placement in the independent study program is appropriate for the student. And the district will continue to provide services in accordance with 504 plans, IEPs, and supports for our English learners. We'll also continue to ensure that students are making educational process once enrolled in Cap City, and if not, we'll implement tiered engagement strategies. We'll determine what supports are needed, and ultimately, what programs in the best interest for the students to continue into. Next slide. Going to now turn it over to our new Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, Erin Hansen.
Thank you, Chad. Good evening, Superintendent and board members. I'm Erin Hansen, your new Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction. Thank you for having me. It's nice to see you all. So our intent for opening of schools professional learning offerings is to really prepare our teachers and leaders to meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of all of our students in alignment with MTSS and the guidance we've received around a restorative restart for students and adults. To that end, our PL offerings are really focused on universal design for learning, anti-racism, social emotional learning, assessments, and standards. We've placed a heavy emphasis on stitching together restorative restart guidance with identifying student academic and social emotional needs through assessment and data analysis, employing UDL to design instruction and supports that provide equitable access to learning for all students, and ensuring consistency with regards to priority standards and scope and sequence, along with a full morning dedicated to equity and anti-racism learning and reflection. Our site leaders participated in PL earlier this month, and we're still awaiting an agreement on these offerings for our teachers. Next slide, please. So professional learning is only effective when it's anchored in a solid common assessment structure that will allow us to apply our database decision making to identify student needs and measure our impact on student learning. We need to know if what we're doing is working to accelerate student learning, and we only know that through assessment. So last spring, we collected and analyzed common assessment data, which we have and will continue to guide our teachers to access and use throughout our PL offerings. And in order to take a deeper look at unfinished learning as this school year begins, we are proposing the use of diagnostic assessments for math and curriculum embedded assessments for ELA. For K-6, we will also use the research-based diagnostic DIBBLES. The addition of DIBBLES to our assessment portfolio is a game changer for our teachers, sites, and system in that it will allow us to detect risk for early literacy challenges and monitor those early literacy and reading skills across K-8. So armed with that knowledge, we can apply and measure targeted supports and early interventions to accelerate student literacy. You can also see that we are proposing middle and end of year interim and curriculum embedded common assessments, which are aligned to our priority standards, our scope and sequence, and our social emotional focus areas. And with that, I will hand this over to our SEL director, Maisie Lee.
Sorry, my video suddenly decided that it's not going to work. So as long as you can hear me, I think we're my apologies for that. So again, good evening. I'm Maisie Lee, your Social Emotional Learning Director. Board members and superintendent, feel free to take a deep breath. We are almost at the end of this very long presentation. As we return to in-person learning, we want to reaffirm our commitment to anti-racism. Actualizing equity, access, and social justice will require that we remain committed to a sustained journey of explicit and purposeful learning in order to eradicate systemic racism in our Sac City schools. We understand that there is no right path, but we must stay the course in having these difficult conversations, even when the conversation is uncomfortable. Together, we can build collective advocacy to continue to cultivate belonging for all. Next slide, please. We understand that in order to enact transformative systems change, we must connect our work from the boardroom to the classroom. As such, the board will commence their EPIC anti-racist learning modules on August 26. Cabinet members started their anti-racist learning journey in June of last year and will resume in September. Central office and site leaders have completed 6 learning modules and will continue that growth journey this year as well. It's our expectations, as Erin just outlined, to bring the same learning modules to our teachers as well as our support staff. Next slide, please. As we work on adult mindsets and anti-racist learning, we're also consciously paying attention to student outcomes. When it comes to social emotional learning, there are several data points we want to leverage in order to improve our student outcomes. From our 3 Kelvin Pulse surveys, which is a collaboration between several departments, attendance, MTSS, student support services, and SEL, we learned that while emotion safety was high, emotion regulation, such as the ability to get oneself out of a bad mood, was low. Also, on the school climate survey, students responded positively to social awareness, yet overall positive responses to self-awareness was low, especially on such items like, I'm able to describe my feelings or emotions. This is especially noteworthy as research has shown the interconnected relationship between self-awareness and self-management. If you can't name it, you can't tame it. So moving forward, we will be working with our schools to explicitly address these skills as they are essential to the mental health and emotional well-being of our students, especially our student groups who have had the lowest positive responses to the surveys. Next slide, please. Given our data and consistent with best practices as highlighted in the PACE Restorative Restart report, we will continue to support our schools to prioritize relationships and community building as we return to in-person school learning. We will continue to support our schools to amplify the 3 R's, relationships, routines, and resilience for students, for staff, and for families. Using such practices as the 3 SEL signature practices, explicitly teaching SEL skills, incorporating daily check-ins, and regularly integrating brain breaks will support our school communities to optimize learning conditions and maximize learning engagement. Social emotional learning is an important foundation of the MTSS framework, a key lever for universal design for learning, and so necessary for healing. Something that is so much needed in these anxious times. Undergirding this process, of course, are adult SEL skills and equity and anti-racist mindsets. As we have said before, we cannot restore if we haven't stored. We are committed to storing up in the months ahead. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Good evening. I'm Ray Lozada, Director of Safe Schools. It's been a long year. I think when we're talking about safety, it's definitely been stretched to incorporate a lot of different factors that contribute to safety. But we've been working real hard since last July when our board made the resolution to not continue the contract with our school resource officers. And we embarked on a process to engage community organizations, families, parents and students, from August to February. So we've been working real hard. There are a couple areas that we were able to gain a lot of headway. We improved our camera and surveillance capacity. We have absolutely listened to the need of our on-site school personnel and our campus monitors to provide them with much needed training that's coming up here next week. And we developed a safety intervention in response to all of these things that, to kind of fill the void that was left from some of the responsibilities, of our school resource officers. So one thing I would say that's been great and been dynamic is from a safety context to be able to engage with our community organizations and seeing how willing they are to step in and help us with a community conversation for safety as it relates to our students and our campuses. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So the parameters of our efforts, of course, back in December, we were talking about fiscal challenges, And so right away, I saw the need to actually, got my head cut off there, to actually take inventory of what we have. I mean, right now, the safety department is me and I have an assistant. And so, being able to network more efficiently with other departments in the district, develop a strategy, that contributes to safety. And most of all, making sure that our strategies, they're respective of the concerns that were conveyed throughout our Reimagining School Safety Task Force, the work that happened from August to February. The recommendations didn't come out so much for safety as we're going to discuss it today, but all of the insight that we gained and the relationships that were built, are going to be, considered, that's what's going to be considered moving forward when we're talking about safety, as it relates to safe schools. So we made a lot of conversations, there's a lot of contingencies, around how we can accomplish this. And, really excited that in the middle of what seems to be chaos, there's real opportunity for us to be innovative and to really change the direction or impact, safety in a different way, which is actually a national conversation. So it's been honorable work throughout. If we can go to the next slide, please. So in taking inventory, and like I said, not having really a team or staff to work with, what we're going to do is build in that team under safety. The conversation was, what are we going to do with the budget that was allotted for the school resource officers? Well, some of that we need to delegate to develop a capacity to respond and to be proactive in situations, and staying true to what our community voiced and what we know are the concerns through our own board meetings. We're going to provide more assistance and asserting our campus monitors and student supportive services in a more mindful, efficient way when we know that things are happening, or we're going to step in and be proactive. I kind of use take the oxygen out of the fire. I mean, when we know that things are potentially building up. And so our community organizations play a role in that, as well as our own school security. Next slide. So to take it from the top and to be able to understand how as a district, to farm out what we can do, what we should do, and what we won't do. I know this was a big part of the conversation before when we were talking about our apprehension, interrogation, and a policy. So after a lot of conversation with our stakeholders and also looking at some of the models, it was obvious that what was going on, kind of the framework that we've seen from the Oakland model was a good balance in how we can start to break down what opportunities as a district that we can take advantage of to remedy, and some things that we really don't have a lot of discretion on. I know that, our stakeholders also recommended this format as part of what they wanted to see with the, as far as safety, and just to start the conversation and how we're going to move forward with our school site administrators by providing them a little guidance in what this will look like. Next slide, please. So in bringing together our resources, we're looking at, working closer with our student support services. They're building in a more robust school site supports that we are going to be able to navigate, I think, in a real proactive way. When we have concerns or we know that tensions are flaring, we want to definitely be able to stay consistent with their ability to dispatch or respond to situations on a school site. But with that, we want to build in the capacity of our campus monitors. We know that the relationships that our campus monitors bring, and as far as knowing our students, and really historically, the opportunities we have for prevention and intervention, by making sure that we have our campus monitors trained and in position to be proactive and respond to situations. We have next week, we fought hard, stood in a lot of doorways and got signatures. Our folks have been great in supporting each other in moving things forward, but we have the Crisis Prevention Institute is going to provide us a trauma-informed CPI train the trainer. We have 10 campus monitors that are going to that have committed to being a district team of train the trainer to be certified, so that we can really do a great job with training our substitute campus monitors, our yard duties, and all of our classified staff in a Crisis Prevention Institute. The components that they emphasize, which are verbal de-escalation and crisis intervention. So it's a great opportunity. I'm kind of proud of us being able to get this going, because as our campus monitors express, it's a much needed resource. And meeting with our, SEIU, there were no questions about how important this was, and we were able to bring this together in a real short amount of time. So I think we're picking up some momentum as it relates to our capacity from school site to school site. And I don't think I touched on it, but so it's about looking at maybe about 4 campus monitors, lead campus monitors from the position of safety. That will be our team that we can brief and debrief situations and be able to dispatch to school sites to support, the school site administrators and those staff when we know that there are tensions or there are situations that are transpiring. We believe that by having more robust process for adults to be present on our campus, that our students are more likely to self-regulate. And so we definitely want to take advantage of those opportunities. All right, the next slide, please. So our community-based organizations, one thing that we're blessed in our district to have our community-based organizations. They're involved in a lot of different ways with a real grassroots chemistry. They're involved in after-school programs or summer programs, and specifically with the Black Child Legacy Campaign and their Healing the Hood framework, we see opportunity in our district to be able to work and collaborate with how we address situations that oftentimes happen in the community that might find their way on our campus, or situations that happen on our campus that go to the community. So we believe in the role of those credible messengers and their lived experience. And what we do have in Sacramento is our youth serving organizations are also activists. So I think it builds in a natural balance of student advocacy as well. And our school security being a part of that, they do such a phenomenal job with kind of monitoring our sites and really getting them in to be able to play a role with monitoring our campuses and God forbid, in situations where we have a command post, they work 24/7 to be able to really work with any outside law enforcement agencies in a crisis response situation. So, next slide. So our GVS, there was some conversation, and we weren't in school last year, so we were really able to reframe this approach and how we deal with violence and gangs. And we went from a real 1980s gang prevention approach with truancy sweeps. We totally gone away from that consensus, even with the stakeholders in Sac Police Department, that we just got to do a little better. And so as a district, we're going to step out and take an approach that speaks more to case management and make sure that we're connecting our volatile students to supportive services, again, those community organizations that provide mentoring and are also interested in violence interruption strategies. And then also to follow up with what's going on. So I just kind of try to put out a quick example, which would be if Sac Police Department is dealing with a gang issue in the community, all they would do is provide us an address. We would take it from there, see if we had any students in that home, and from looking at our early identification intervention system, look at the academics, attendance, and behavior, and just intervene and work with them like we would regardless of how we got the referral, to really have a school-specific and academic-specific approach to supporting our students, which is also going to take collaboration with our social emotional departments and our student supportive services. So really, I think the opportunity is working together. It's going to take some, it's going to take some work. But it's that little bit of know-how and a whole lot of want to, I think, is what my old elementary school teacher used to say. So looking forward to, the process and getting these things going this upcoming school year. I think that's the last slide. If you can go to the next one. Okay.
So as we wrap up, really if we go to the next slide, then as we talk through briefly next steps, many of those next steps, of course, are what you would expect, continuing to update based on the state and county health and safety guidance as pandemic mitigation practices evolve. Certainly continuing a focus on our students, making all students visible, our students with disabilities and other vulnerable student populations, and continued outreach, both in terms of sharing information and engaging to make sure folks understand exactly what we're trying to accomplish this next school year. Then, of course, obviously completing the negotiable effects with our labor partners, and finally building and sustaining resources for our families and for our parents. So as you think about this presentation tonight, again, our focus was on the infrastructure of the system, but really in service to our students, families, staff, and community. And with that, actually, if we go to the next slide, we will open it up for board discussion and public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. We actually have 18 public comments.
Yes, that's correct. Our first public comment is from Anna Marie Norvell.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I wanted to say that at the beginning of the summer, I felt comfortable sending my granddaughter back to school in the fall. And with the dramatically increasing infection rate, the Delta variant, the fact that I see members of the community not following safety protocols, and the increased infection rate in the children with the Delta variant and children becoming seriously ill, I no longer feel comfortable with that. Necessarily sending her in person. So I ask that, and in order to consider the options, a lot of us feel like we really need a lot more information about independent study. And so I ask that the board commit to hold a Zoom forum where parents could ask questions and receive more information about how independent study would look, options that we might have if we do send the child back, options that we'd have and wouldn't have, just more questions in general. We'd really appreciate that if you could set up a forum for question and answers so that we can get more detail and get the independent study option fleshed out more for us.
Thank you, Ms. Narve. The next speaker?
Our next speaker is Benita Shaw Ayala.
Good evening, everyone. President Pritchett, I have other people who are going to give me their time. So is our time 2 minutes for each speaker? I want to put my timer on.
Giving you their time, and who are they?
Kenya Martinez. You see her? And Jose Martinez.
Okay, perfect. You've got
what's my total?
6 minutes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, go ahead. You got 6 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I am here speaking on behalf of a parent, even though I am the chair of the CAC, but I'm speaking on behalf of the parent. Thank you all for your presentation today. I will tell you that in our meeting that we had, I would encourage each and every one of you, when it's posted, to go and view the message in regards to the parents that have great concerns of your most vulnerable students. Sac City Unified School District, to the best of my knowledge, has at least 7,000 families that are on an IEP. In this presentation, I've heard reference to students who are most vulnerable on an IEP or 504 twice. That was one in the AB 130 law, which we talked about on Tuesday that came across, and in the wrap-up. And I want to reiterate what they said in the wrap-up. It says to determine how to best meet the needs of students with disabilities and other vulnerable populations. I find that very interesting because in our meeting, you had parents in there that were speaking out in concerns of their students, right? And their questions were not addressed. One, you have vulnerable students who compromise immune system, sensory integration, have not been able to get their shots, and yet we hear the district talk about hiding behind this law. I find it unacceptable. What I told them in there, you're sending our kids in a war zone. And I cannot think any one of you that is a parent would think that it was okay to send your vulnerable child in a war zone to where it is not safe for them to go, number one. Number two, when you think about our children, do you ever think that what happens when your child cannot wear a mask for sensory integration? What happens if your child cannot get a vaccination shot? Let me give you an example. My son is 6'9", almost 400 pounds. He couldn't go in and get a shot because he wouldn't sit in a chair. His last shot he had to be sedated when he was in a dental office in a hospital. So you know what happened in order for me to get him a good shot? I had to literally sit on his lap, brace my body back on him, grasp one hand, and 3 nurses stood and hold the other one because I wanted him to continue to live because of this Delta variant. But here I have a district. Now I've done my due diligence. I sat with I think she was a director of nurses, the nurses of his school, to figure out that he will not keep a mask on because of his sensory integration. So they tell me, get a doctor's note. Let me tell you this and get a doctor's excuse. What doctor would tell their patient it is okay not to wear a mask when you have a variant that could kill them? That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And I am really just appalled of the simple fact this presentation was just absolutely great. How are you addressing our students that are most vulnerable that can't go? You got independent studies. What is that? What does it entail? Then we have to wait. So you have to have an IEP meeting. You're waiting for what? You guys are not starting IEP meetings, which they were told. So now we're sitting here waiting. Do we send our students back on the first day of school? Do we decide to send them and, then what? I told those parents, look, I think they should all not go. Every last one of them, not attend school. So you don't get any money at all. Because you know what? It's about a child's life first. And the fact that there were no competent answers for our parents to send their child back safely and even go into independent studies of the simple fact you want to call an IEP meeting. If you guys chose to do that, you should have had people on board ready to go to speak to our parents to kind of decide. So to have these, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend anyone because I think that your employees did an outstanding job in sharing this, but I'm telling you, as the parents that we spoke to that day, that we had no answers, none whatsoever. And to top it off, Superintendent, I will tell you that the attorney was there. I don't know why the attorney had the need to address an answer to a parent in regards to something that has to do with reopening the school. I find that appalling and offensive. I really do. I really do. And I truly hope you guys hear me. If it's your child and your child cannot wear a mask, cannot get vaccinated, what do we do? That's what we need answers on. What do we do? I cannot imagine any one of you thinking that you would send your child in knowing that there's a 50, 75% chance they're going to come home and get the virus and send it to family members. And you have more than you have grandparents living in the home to these kids, all of this. I need you guys to do something. Superintendent, I'm going to tell you something. President Biden said when he took the soldiers out of Afghanistan, he said the buck stops with him. I'm speaking to you as the superintendent. It starts with you. All of you. You work for the parents in this district. So if you are the head, I expect that your employees would do better and do their due diligence to make sure that our students are safe when we go back to school. And that starts with you coming down. This is unacceptable. And you guys need to do something about this. Because I guarantee if it was one of your children, you would not send your children into this war zone at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Brian Muma.
Hi, my name is Fern Muma. I'm speaking to you tonight as a parent of 2 students in the district, as well as a full-time emergency medicine physician who's been working throughout the pandemic to care for my children and my community. I want to start by thanking you for your hard work and your continued commitment to in-person education for our children during the 21-22 school year. Tonight, though, I ask you to carefully consider the enforcement and implementation of safety protocols as we return in a new landscape. First, as we've heard, the Delta variant is changing the rules of the game and upping the ante, and we need to maintain our guard and follow our safety protocols with this more contagious variant. When I kept my own child isolated at home for a runny nose and cough last spring, no one asked whether he'd had a COVID test or whether he met criteria to return to school. I'm concerned that this lack of enforcement of even the best safety protocols will place our children at risk. Second, as we've heard, several other respiratory viruses are circulating in our community. I'm seeing this every day at work. These other viruses are contagious, they have symptoms that overlap with COVID, and they will require children to stay home from school and isolate. When my own child was isolating last spring, he was able to join his class via distance learning and minimize his learning loss. I'm concerned that the lack of available options for remote learning will lead to learning loss and also pressure for symptomatic, contagious children to attend school in person. I appreciate your time in considering these concerns, and I will close with a plea for anyone who has been hesitant thus far to please consider getting vaccinated before we go back to school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Sid Johori.
As from the one time Mommy was trying to talk, you were banging on the door.
Good evening. I wanted to say right off the bat, thank you so much for adjusting so many of the policies that have been previously published to reflect the current realities, health and safety realities that we're facing in our region and across the world. I've actually had to rethink my comments as we've gone along through the meeting, so that's very much appreciated and demonstrates excellent work on the behalf of district employees. There are a couple of points, though, that remain. Number one, I really would ask that the district consider requiring regular testing for everyone on campuses. Right now, we're relying heavily on self-reporting and opting in, and I've heard a number of people talk through this presentation about the need for data-driven decision-making. This is not good data, and sites cannot make good decisions without good data. So we can't lean on that. It's not safe. Number two, it's my understanding that there is a mechanism for collecting reports of non-compliance on campuses, but that there is no mechanism for following up on those. And if masking is important and these other pieces are important, then we need to have a mechanism for following up on that. Number three, I would ask that a greater clarity be offered to families interested in independent studies, particularly those and especially those families who have special needs learners and who are going to be asked to sit and wait for a month and feel unsafe and be unsafe for a month while they wait for an IEP. The independent studies option at this point seems very much like an afterthought and like checking off a box. And that's not fair to families. We all deserve better, and we can do better. And lastly, I would ask that the district remember or recognize that we are going to have an influx of refugees that are fleeing the devastation that's currently playing out in Afghanistan, and to please proactively anticipate ways to meet the needs of these incoming community members. So I know that's a scattershot, but I appreciate your attention to these matters.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker is Daniel Darby.
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I have three concerns after watching this presentation. My first concern is there was much mention of contact tracing, but there was only mention of the notification of the website dashboard. So if I have a student at a school, am I going to have to continuously look at the dashboard to see if there was a case at the school? I'm hoping that you would contact me if a student in the classroom as my student had been somehow interacted, or there was a case on campus in the same classroom as my student, because I would want to be able to make the decision whether my child should continue to go to that school or go on quarantine as well, not have it left up to the school. So hopefully there's some more information about notification other than the website. My second concern is when you are on quarantine, I didn't hear a single mention about the independent study this presentation, because I don't think that was really fully developed at the last meeting. So I'm still hoping to hear more information on that. Maybe we'll have that at our next meeting. And my last concern is it was brought to my attention the other week that there was some anti-racist training in the previous SCTA, or the teacher's contract. And that was something like 3 years ago, and it was never implemented. And then we had that horrific racist incident June of this year. So is this anti-racist training that I heard about in this presentation, is that actually going to take effect? Or is this just another paper thought that you guys had, and that you're just trying to quell the public outrage?
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
not
Darby.
right.
Please wrap it up.
Okay, that was my last comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker?
Our next speaker is EJ Solis.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to join you and provide some feedback and some commentary with regards to our return to school. I represent families on both an immunocompromised status as well as a special needs status. Okay. All of our sons have grown up in this community and have gone to school at Pony Express Elementary. We're very proud of that. My concern here is with the overall health guarantees and precautions that are in place here. Understanding that AB 130 was designed and constructed under a more optimistic time in the spring, before the Delta variant was making much of an occurrence here. I'm very pleased to see that that's been more acknowledged tonight, beyond that it was a couple of days ago. However, with respect to families like myself and many others who, regardless of whether they're brave enough to comment about it, who are still very, very anxious about returning their children to school regardless of vaccination, the independent study plan that's in place right now, obviously it sounds like there's an extremely low level of confidence in it and understanding of what it entails. I'd like to furthermore say that with this quarantine lifestyle that we've all had, the independent learning must have an unknown mental health impact on a child who was looking forward to at least reuniting and hearing their classmates' voices and looking forward to being reunited with the teacher in the next grade up, just as their bigger brothers or sisters were. So I'm moving from a request to now actually a full-blown begging to install the distance learning model that at least served as a compromise to keep all of the students and teachers connected to their neighborhood schools. We feel like this is a punishment. You can argue that this might even be, qualifying as something, a lack of inclusion, if you will.
Thank you, Mr.
When you're
Tully. If you could please wrap it up.
I'd like to, again, further add that if we need to postpone the opening of the school, let's do it. We'll provide data. Let's do it. I would rather see the back of the two teachers and have my kid participate safely until all this is taken care of. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ingrid Hutchins.
Good evening again. Our opening of the 2021-2022 school year has me terribly worried. I want to remind you that none of our students in the younger grades are vaccinated. Each and every elementary classroom will be full of unvaccinated, vulnerable students. Delta has brought a new level of danger into our communities. I'm disappointed in how the risk to children was downplayed in the district's presentation. Pediatricians affiliated with our nation's most renowned children's hospitals are voicing their own concerns. A comparable reduced risk as compared to adults does not equate to an overall low risk to our students. There are children's hospitals that are full in the South. Children are in fact catching and spreading the Delta variant, and numbers have been surging in recent weeks. Our current district-wide low rates are attributed to most of the schools being closed, not necessarily our mitigation measures. Unless we do the most we can to protect our students, we're actively putting them at risk. Keeping that in mind, the schools and communities that you represent deserve some basic things from you. Number one, mandates on proper ventilation. The district needs a third-party inspector to ensure that everything is working just as promised. Number two, CO2 monitors in every single classroom to alert us when the air is no longer safe. As we all know, technology sometimes fails, and this adds a necessary layer to the Swiss cheese model that you refer to. Number three, disseminate information about independent study to all of our families, not just the ones who have access to email. This means mailing paper copies, making robocalls, giving information to our school offices, and having the district's communications office create videos or radio commercials in multiple languages. Number four, more thorough COVID reporting. Seating charts do not represent all the students who are at risk of exposure from a classmate. Learn from other districts that have implemented limited reporting and are now seeing large spikes in their classroom cases. Plans for poor air quality days. Sorry, this is number 5. Students need safe places to remove their masks and eat. Classrooms are not large enough for this. We also need plans for when to close our schools down due to poor air quality. Number 6, plans for how...
If you could please wrap it up.
I will try to be super quick. I'm sorry. Plans for how we will handle possible spikes of COVID cases in our own districts. Districts across the country have started to shut down schools and at times their whole district when cases spike too high. What is our plan? And lastly, number 7, require weekly testing for students and staff. Often our exposures occur prior to symptoms setting in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Jennifer Baker.
Thank you so much for taking the time to hear public comment. I understand and can appreciate how difficult of a task that you have, and that it's not easy and there's frustration on all sides. I went through breast cancer last year. I lost a cousin to the Delta variant around 2 weeks ago. We're caring for one of our parents who is terminally ill. So our options are limited. Our first choice is to send our daughter back to school, but that could mean we literally have to cut off having any contact with a family member who we're going to lose in a matter of months. there is not enough understanding of what it means to be immune compromised and how many families may have someone that's immune compromised that may not even know. So I'd really like to agree and concur with the comments about testing, the comments about contact tracing. But I think the most important issue that really needs to be brought up is trust. You need to make sure that we can trust you to send our parents to you. And that means we need to have adequate communication. Earlier in the presentation tonight, there were guiding principles regarding engagement and communication. We have had consistently a lack of communication with parents. Parents haven't been adequately notified what's going on. What are the expectations? What can you do and what can't you do? When will parents be contacted regarding situations? I had filled out the interest form for independent study the very day it came out and have still yet to be contacted. School starts in a few weeks and families are trying to scramble to figure out how they're going to be able to put their lives together and have their children either in school and safe or independent study. We'd like to make sure that we have an option that's going to be safe, and any child whose family chooses independent study has to have the same equality and equity in their educational opportunities as every other student. Just because their family has to
please wrap it up.
Thank you. Just because their family has to choose a different option, that child should not suffer in any way from the quality of their education and opportunity. Thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Justine Hearn is our next speaker.
Good evening. Thank you for your time and thank you for your presentation tonight. I'm hoping it's a first step to more forthcoming information as the school year is about to get started. My name is Justine Hearn and I'm a parent in the district, and I have many concerns regarding returning to school, primarily the lack of information regarding our options. Parents have been anxious, confused, and scrambling, as you've heard this evening, to find information about returning in person safely, as well as the independent study program. I'm asking tonight for your commitment to addressing parents' concerns and holding public Zoom forums with families to answer our questions. In the interest of time, I'll share just one of my concerns. I want to know that if my child is enrolled in independent study, along with many others who will be choosing the same option, that they'll be able to return in person to our current beloved school and not be assigned to a new school to start over from scratch. Parents have been told as recently as yesterday by school administration that they might lose their spot if there's a wait list. When we opened last spring, we had a daily case rate of 10, and the district provided more frequent updates at that time and conducted surveys to communicate with families. Now that Delta is twice as contagious and we have a daily case rate over 30, families need consistent information and the ability to have questions answered. Please make the commitment to work with families by holding public forums. Thank you for your work, and thanks again for the presentation tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Kristen Gorey.
Hi, my name is Kristen Gorey. This is my first board meeting tonight. I wish I had gotten involved sooner. I would say that many of my concerns have been discussed and resolved in the presentation tonight. Thank you. However, I'm shocked by the cell phone usage and the lack of active listening skills shown by some, not all, board members. My 9-year-old daughter, Evie, attends Bancroft Elementary. It took us over 15 months to get her an IEP, and it was finally finalized the last week of instruction in June. My 5-year-old daughter, Hazel, is easily susceptible to respiratory viruses and has been hospitalized cumulatively for over 45 days in her short life. After staying home from preschool since March 13, 2020, she has been desperately excited to start kindergarten this fall at Bancroft until the Delta variant took over. I'm concerned about mitigation measures, including the lack of mandatory on-site COVID testing being required at least weekly, modified quarantining guidance, and what is considered a close contact. how parents are notified of positive cases, and social distancing on poor air quality days. Because of these concerns, we are choosing independent study for Hazel until there is a pediatric COVID vaccine. However, we are still waiting for more details about independent study. Will you commit to addressing concerns and holding a Zoom forum for families to answer questions and concerns? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corey. Next speaker?
Our next speaker is Lisa Tordos.
Thank you. I'm a parent of 3 children who've attended Sac City schools over the last 13 years. Currently, one is about to start his senior year. My other 2 children, I have opted to homeschool. Not because I want to, or because I think I can give them a better education, to be honest, but because of my lack of confidence in the way that Sac City has handled COVID so far, and concerns about how independent study would work since they have IEPs. And I admit that some of the information that you presented did answer some of my questions, and I'm grateful for that. I know that took a lot of work. But as a community, a group of parents submitted a list of questions to you all regarding the independent study program and COVID protocols. So like other parents have requested, I also respectfully request that you answer the questions that we submitted to the community of parents that submitted them. I understand that the overreaching COVID questions are a priority, of course. I'm eager, though, to hear about the plan to meet the legal requirements for our special ed students, particularly surrounding assessments and services for families who choose independent studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Our next speaker is Mo Kashmiri.
I think people have said what needs to be said on this, so I don't have a lot to add. I would just say that I remember it was, I think, 3 or 4 meetings ago, I was advocating that we needed to focus on building a strong virtual option and concentrating on returning to school in the fall. And I remember my board member said that, we can chew gum and walk at the same time. We can do both. It doesn't seem like that's the case. I think we need to slow down and make sure that we are communicating with our staff and really thinking through our plans. What I'm really concerned about is that at Davis, they have a virtual learning program that's Facebook targeting our parents, right? And if they steal our parents, right, that means less money for our school district. What I'm concerned about is we always seem behind the curve. We always seem like we are being reactive instead of proactive, as a lot of the staff and the community members are asking you to be. So we hope you'll work with the parents and the community and the staff to make sure that we have a program that works. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Our next speaker is Shonda Westley.
Board members and superintendent, thanks so much for the opportunity to talk to you. I'm the mother of an incoming 3rd grader in Caleb Greenwood. And I do appreciate that you will require masking outside, and also the new COVID dashboard, which will give us much more information. But as one of the 1,000 people who filled out the interest form for independent studies, I have questions. What is the ability to return to our enrolled schools? Not necessarily our neighborhood school, but our enrolled schools. And since COVID keeps surprising us, it's important for the district to allow for flexibility and not limit the time to return to our enrolled school just once. Will the district be able to give Cap City our records so we don't need to recreate the wheel? What is the plan for independent studies? When will we be contacted? When does it start? Will we have consistent teachers online with our kids every day? And will the curriculum reflect what they would have in person had they stayed in in-person school? And if there is a maximum number of families that you can serve, what's the district planning to do to manage the kids who don't have a place to go? I would also like to see the district in general to be more proactive in anticipating worst case scenarios. Spring reopening was 10 daily case rates. Now it's 33.1, and it's twice as infectious. We need to start thinking about contingency plans if the Lambda variant makes this even worse. For families to be heard, I'd like to see a commitment from the district to host a Zoom town hall district-wide. In addition, I would like not only the district to send out a standalone email, but each school site as well to make it personal to the parents, solely inviting members of the community for a back and forth dialogue. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Taylor Kayat.
Good evening again. I'm the parent of 2 young children in the district, one entering first grade at Pony Express and the other entering TK at Harkness. I'm also a candidate for Area 6 trustee in 2022. I'm beyond frustrated by this district's inability to, as Governor Newsom would say, meet the moment of this pandemic. When COVID first hit and school shut down, our district lagged almost every other district that I've heard about in terms of offering even a semblance of education for the remainder of that school year. My son had, I believe, 2 lab classes for 3 months. This past school year, the district has taken too much time soliciting feedback while simultaneously making quick decisions that did not reflect the public input it solicited. Why ask for feedback if you won't consider it? And the delays itself are harmful. Now, as we enter this coming school year, the third that's being affected by COVID, we are presented with another educational model that is not based on what parents and teachers have asked for. And we are told that if we have a problem with it, we should blame the legislature for AB 130. I take offense to that. And I take offense to the FAQ email that you sent out, which essentially said that to us, that if we didn't understand your independent study program, it's because we didn't understand AB 130. Other districts have been able to offer parents and educators a workable model consistent with AB 130 and other laws. Your community and neighboring districts have given you the blueprints. We're asking for you to listen to them and to act in a manner that works for your students, as we have frequently asked you. And with a letter that was sent in this morning that I signed as well as 100 others, please consider our request to commit to creating an online forum to discuss our concerns and questions. Finally, I'd like to reiterate the plea that I made on behalf of the Community Advisory Committee. Consider your alternative options here to help your community and be creative. Look at your long-term enrollment and the ADA that comes with it. Maybe it's worth it to spend some money now, not ADA money, but your own money, to help the parents who need independent study and distance learning now in methods like what we had last year, if that'll keep them enrolled and not leaving our district. It's better to spend a little money now than to lose ADA for the next 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay. Is it, okay, here we go. Hello, my name is Todd Bloom. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'm just going to get right to the point. My wife and I are very concerned for the safety of our son as he is about to begin 2nd grade at Phoebe Hearst Elementary. I mean, as is the case with most elementary students, he is too young to receive a COVID-19 vaccine at this time. This is especially concerning given that the Delta variant is rapidly spreading. We do not consider it safe to send him back to school in person at this time. Now, faced with the fact that distance learning has been outlawed in California, apparently, we're somewhat encouraged to learn that independent study is an option. And we sent in our interest form as soon as it was made available to us. That was the beginning of this month, I think on the 2nd, I believe. However, few details have been forthcoming, very few, about how this would be implemented. We've received no response. So my main questions are on this are how and when can we enroll in independent study? How in detail would it be actually administered? And would the student be guaranteed to be able to return to the school where they are currently enrolled at the time of application? And particularly, you know, this has been addressed before as a question. And anyway, it's important for us to remain enrolled, for our son to remain enrolled at Phoebe Hearst. We got there through open enrollment. It's not our home school. And I don't want him to end up thrown back into his home school. We went through quite a bit to get him into Phoebe Hearst, and I think we deserve to know that he can return. Now, I think more than one of the previous commenters mentioned that it really would be helpful to have a Zoom meeting specifically to address these questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Please wrap it up.
We've been given nothing in detail about this, and this seems to be our only option, rather than sending our child back into in-person learning without the option of being vaccinated. It's kind of ridiculous to me. So anyway, thank you for your attention. I really hope that you can address some of these things.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next and final speaker is Vanessa Hudabak.
Dear members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar, and the new student board member, my name is Vanessa Hudabak. I am the parent of a 9th grader at New Tech High School, which is in Trustee Darrell Wu's area. For the past several years, local wildfires have had a devastating effect on the air quality in Sacramento. This is not a situation that is going to go away anytime soon. As I'm sure you are already aware, the toxic particles in wildfire smoke can cause a myriad of symptoms such as coughing, sneezing, and shortness of breath. For those students with asthma, like my own son, or other pre-existing conditions, the smoke can be life-threatening. While I have every confidence that my son's teachers and the administrators at New Tech will do everything within their power to keep the students safe and healthy, I have not yet seen a plan from the district on how they will respond to poor air quality days. Considering the fact that our school site has already been in session in person for almost 2 weeks, the lack of a sufficient district plan is very concerning to me. Whereas I do appreciate the thoughtful presentation tonight about reopening and safety, I am disappointed that, yet again, the reality of wildfire smoke was not even mentioned. All one has to do to realize the urgency of the dangerous air quality problem is to breathe the air outside their window. Since we have already lost so many instructional days due to the COVID pandemic, I would like to see a plan to provide a virtual option for instruction on any day that the air quality is code red or higher. I would also like sincere assurances that sufficient air filtration is going to be provided in the classrooms. Simply saying that students will be kept indoors is not sufficient. Students should not have to choose between their respiratory health and receiving much needed instruction. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you. That was the last speaker, Ms. Reddy?
Yes, that was the last speaker.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just want to start by saying thank you to all the staff and for your hard work on this. I mean, it was a very in-depth presentation, and it's very obvious that you're not sitting around and twiddling your thumbs. You are all working day and night for the safety of our students and our staff. I also want to say just thank you for the extraordinary numbers on COVID testing and vaccine clinics, and I appreciate the constant reminder of how many are actually happening. Actually had the pleasure, but I don't want to say pleasure because it really wasn't much pleasure, but I was able to go get a COVID test this afternoon, which was negative, which is why I'm here. But the process which took place right here at our district office was pretty amazing to me of what's being offered to our community. So thank you. I do have a couple questions. My first question is for Chris and Nathaniel, either one of you. There was a few public comments in regard to the HVAC systems, and I just want a little bit more clarification in regards to our HVAC systems. And in your opinion, are HVAC systems working at full capacity for full-time schooling? And what has been done to make sure that that's happening?
Thank you for your question. It's a good one. We have spent the last 5 months as an M&O department in consulting with a third party, going through every unit in this district. They have been tuned up. They have been looked at, taken apart. If there is a slight minor issue, we have repaired it. Major issues have been repaired. I got my last update this week. Every education, so every classroom's HVAC unit is going to be complete here in the next week or so, and the rest of the district's a week or two behind in some of those spaces. So we're very confident that we are running as efficient as we possibly can in our HVAC systems, and we're ready for school to start.
Thank you for that answer. My next question is actually for Vincent, and I see you over there. Vincent, I was wondering if you could tell me how we're incorporating parents in the orientations for K-7 and 9 grades for like high school orientations. And I know you, as we're reopening, we've been getting emails from community members about parents not being allowed at the orientations. I was wondering if you could just tell me, are we planning Zoom town halls of that sort?
So the FACE team is building on what we learned last year in terms of offering on-demand videos to offer orientation in campus and those types of things, but also are doing outreach specifically to sites to support whatever type of framework they want to use for orienting with parents. Obviously, we're trying to make sure we're respectful of all the safety protocols, but the FACE team actually has an active outreach program in place, and they are actively engaged with sites right now to help build on orientations as principals reach out to them and frame it with them.
Perfect. The on-demand is very helpful, but I know oftentimes as a parent, sending your kid off to kindergarten or 7th grade or 9th grade, sometimes it's scary as a parent. You're sending them off to a new site, right? And so do they have opportunities to also like ask questions of the principals and via Zoom, like in a town hall?
So I would say that's probably still formative, Bridget, but certainly that can be developed. I mean, obviously, we're using all forms of communication to try and better understand individual school communities, but I think that's actually an option that can be created, absolutely.
That's great. I know that we've been getting a lot of questions regarding that. Thank you. I didn't mean to catch you off guard there. I know you're over there working. And then some of my other questions were in regard to the independent study, and I'll leave most of these questions up to my colleagues because I know that you probably have a lot of questions too. But I just have one question in regard to the independent study. I know as a parent, we want to know what is happening. Where's my child going to go? And so I just need to know, and maybe Superintendent, you can answer this, is the holdup currently on the independent study due to negotiations?
Thank you for your question, President Pritchett. We are still working with our labor partners around this issue. As you know, this is a legislative mandate, and we are committed to making sure that we implement that legislative mandate. We, of course, are aware of the legislative intent of AB 130, but there are some items that need to be negotiated. That said, there are other areas that don't need to be negotiated, and we have put out some communication. One of the questions that I heard in the public comment asked over and over is the question about being able to return back to students' school, homeschool, if you will, and we have said that the answer to that question is yes. We have figured out sort of on the back end ADA-related student information issues, how to manage that. We are an open enrollment school district, as we all know. About 35% of our students attend schools that are not their home schools. But there are ADA implications, and we have managed to figure out how we're going to address and administer all of that on the back end through our business office, our student information system, and other things. What matters, though, is that we can assure our families that that will be an opportunity that we want to provide to our families. We will continue to offer communications to our families. We are eager to make sure that we can provide more communications to our families, and we're just trying to be respectful of the process that we have to go through. But that is a commitment that we want to make sure that we follow through on.
Thank you, Superintendent. Can you remind us when the next negotiation session will take place?
Sure thing, President Pritchett. I think President Fisher from SCTA mentioned it during public comment. We are scheduled for Tuesday.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, and then my last questions are actually for Ray. Mr. Lozado, if you're still there. I got the safety question. Surprise! I appreciate the presentation, but I do, and the superintendent as well, I do want to request that in the very near future that we have a very in-depth presentation regarding school safety. And I appreciate the information you gave us tonight, but I just want more. I need to know more. We know that just within the last 3 weeks, there's been a huge uptick in death due to gun violence from minors. This scares me to death. Right? And so we just need to have more. I need to know, like, how are we protecting our students? And I don't need to know those answers right now, right? But I do want to have a more depth conversation. And I know that you had said that, that you've had, there's lots of conversations that are happening right now, but, I really want to know, like, conversations don't save lives. Plans do. I need to know what that plan is, right? And so, and I have questions about, like, what is safety interventions? What are we going to do at sports games? What are we going to do at dances when those happen? I hope that everything goes okay. But I will be honest, I feel sick when I think about school safety right now. And I'm hoping that. Prove me wrong, because I'm okay with being proved wrong on this. Prove me wrong. Some of my questions for you, Ray, just really quick. On your slide in regard to school administrative guidance, on the first box of who does the admin call, I think it was the bluish purple box, one of them said, fight school personnel cannot do unassisted. Then the school would call you, not the police department?
Well, I mean, if it was happening on real side, if you look at the other box there, I mean, if it's out of control and, and it's an emergency and there's a threat of somebody getting hurt seriously, then of course we have to take that emergency and get it down to where it's stabilized. But if it happens at lunchtime or it's a situation where, like we saw, actually, I think at one of your schools where they're fighting at lunchtime, and we have between lunch and egress to figure out how we're going to address it. Then I think there's opportunity for us to do something internally, and even if law enforcement has to be involved, we're kind of giving them the piece of the situation and not handing them over the whole thing right up front. Most districts, when they are in the conversation about letting, discontinuing a police presence on campus, they kind of build a ramp to that decision. We didn't, we kind of did it and now we're working backwards. So I get what you're saying about unanswered questions. But yeah, if it's outside of an emergency or crisis, that has to be mitigated to a non-emergency, then we're able to get, to lean in there. And that slide is something that we talked about internally with our legal, but there's still it needs some framing up. There's some phone numbers that need to be added on there. And I mean, it still has some process, but we need some guidance, to be able to say, hey, what are we going to deal with and what are we not going to deal with? It's folks have called for a little bit more clarity on how that's going to work, even outside of the safety intervention and response coordination. It was,
Thank you. I guess what just threw me is that the words cannot subdue unassisted. That's what really threw me. Of I mean, that could be like a 4-minute phone call to go to the office, run, tell them what's going on, and then have somebody try to get out there. And could you imagine how much the fight could escalate in that time? So I guess maybe just the kind of wording, and maybe if someone's reading this in black and white of like, uh-oh, what do I do? That would just kind of throw them off. So maybe we can kind of review that. And then my last question for you is in regard to the next slide, for the one that was the stop violence slide. And the very top bullet says referrals from SAC-PD dealing with gang-related issues. And I know I've reminded this board and this district times, the majority of my area that I represent is within the sheriff's department. SAC-PD does not go near my area. And so I'm just wondering, are we also working with the sheriff's department, and it was just left off of the slide?
Right. Well, that's just speaking to our gang violence suppression grant, which is for the most part, in our city jurisdiction. I don't know. I mean, historically, I think, looking at if there's a gang specific issue or if those issues pop up at Rosemont, I mean, we definitely would work. We have a relationship with the sheriff's department as well. And we're going to do what we need to do to support our site administration and get those agencies involved. So I wouldn't go specific. Maybe it should we could change the words around, but that's based on the collaboration of the GVS grant that we've had in place, for a long time now. But if it's in the sheriff's jurisdiction,
when we have our more in-depth conversation about safety, I guess it just really concerned me because I don't want us just to always think about SAC-PD, because that is not, I represent a very small sliver that SAC-PD represents. And if we do have gang-related issues in the Rosemont and Rancho area, and I'd rather us see us having relationships with SAC sheriffs, right? And Rancho PD, and to deal with these issues, rather than them coming onto campus and taking our kids right across the street, across the street to the juvenile hall, right? And sorting them out there. So I guess I just kind of want to dig into that a little bit more of what does that relationship look like? Is that something that I can help assist with? And so, like I said, we can talk. I don't want this to be about just safety, but those are kind of the things that were throwing me off about the presentation. But I do formally request that we have a more in-depth safety conversation in the very, very near future.
Yeah, that's just speaking to the relationship with those grants, that grant and that stakeholders, and at this point the sheriff's department isn't a part of that. So
gotcha.
We can build those relationships in and processes in. Folks are willing to do whatever we can.
Thank you, Ray. I appreciate your time. All right, Member Phillips, and then Member Morosky.
Since we have Mr. Lozada on, I just wanted, isn't that on? I would think my voice was loud enough, but it's not. Ms. Lozada, there was some information on, I guess Oakland had a really good back to safety kind of program. Are we looking into kind of working some of that into what we're doing here at the district?
Yeah, Oakland had the word safety gets applied to emotional safety and really the whole effort of the district. What Oakland did was a comprehensive, they're talking about from the classroom all the way as it leads all the way out to police officers not being on campus anymore. So the snapshot of what we're doing basically is specific to the response. But yeah, we've incorporated, the ideas. The thing that Oakland has is they have a budget. They have their own police security, team. They have the resources and have a much more robust process for campus and what they in building in that school security layer. We're in a much different situation, and so what we have and what makes sense as far as the notion of when we will rely on on our district resources to prevent having to rely on police showing up to address issues on campus. We have a lot of commonality when it comes to that. And I've been part of a national conversation with Oakland and a Toronto and a bunch of schools, districts nationwide. We have a working group, and we're just in a much different, we have a much different reality, especially when it comes down to a budget. So trying to make something out of nothing is kind of more the framework that we have, outside of innovation and working together, which I think is where most of the opportunity and potential is for us.
So what happened to all the something that we were paying the Sacramento Police Department to be school resource officers? And anyone can answer that one. It doesn't necessarily have to be you, Mr. Lozada, but what do we do with that money?
It's still there. I mean, our budget needs, we need to build a team. Like I was saying, right now, safety, we don't have any, we need to build in a team that has an approach, and that money is going to need to fund those efforts, bringing in the campus monitors that we can dispatch from a district level to a school site to deal with situations. That's where I'm looking at that. We're going to need to lean on that in order to build that in. And so that's what that plan speaks to.
I appreciate that. I just, I know that there may be some lead up to when school gets back in. There's a lot of beef and stuff that's been going on via online and instant chat or whatever those things are called. I can't remember today, but I quite frankly, I like the idea that we're continuing to move away from resource officers. I just want to make sure that, we as a board understand that money kind of drives everything. And if it's just you and you have one assistant and we have all these schools and all these kids, we can't do anything with just two people. So we need to be very cognizant of the fact that we don't have staffing to save our schools. And until we get people in there to help Mr. Lozada, we're not going to get much of anything done. So I just want to make sure that we as a board understand that, how important that is. I mean, if there was a vote to keep the resource officers out of the schools, I'd like us to at least put some effort into it. So thanks, Mr. Lozada. I had another, sure. Because I know y'all like Grace will stay here all night.
Member Phillips, can I just interject real quickly? I'm hearing that there's some echoing on the live feed. If everyone can make sure that their microphone on their computers are muted, because the microphone that we have on the dais is how it's fed to our live feed. So we don't need, we need to make sure that you're muted, all of you. So thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Okay, sorry. So, this is for Ms. Flores, nurse. There's so many names. But you know who I'm talking about. Hi. Do you know if the district is going to be hosting third shots now that there seem to be recommendations coming out for third COVID shots?
Yeah, so we did talk to Dr. Kwana Carter, who's our current vaccine partner, and she's waiting for some guidance from the county. But yes, as soon as we get the go ahead, we will be looking to do that.
Thank you. And then the special face shields with a cloth drape across the bottom, which captures air. Are we going to be providing that to students who need them from the district?
Yes, so our risk management, Keyshawn Marshall, her team has already ordered those. They have them on the order forms for school sites to use. We do just want to caution, we want to make sure that those are being used for people who really need them. The face covering, face mask over our face is the best, the best intervention for those who can use them.
Thank you. And I don't have any more questions, but I just want to point out the fact that all the comments that we got tonight were deep and meaningful. And a lot of them did come down to trust and transparency. And I think a lot of what we're doing is not necessarily hearing as much as we can from the folks who are talking. And I'm not just talking about my people. I'm talking about everybody who's on there. They're concerned parents, they have questions, they want them answered. We may not be as transparent as we need to be when it comes to that. So, I really want to make sure that we're kind of taking the statements that are made by folks who are taking the time to make comments, public comment, and really try to apply those. I know we have a question list, which is beautiful. So, if we really are thinking about doing a forum, it would be awesome if we could do this ASAP and, get these questions answered in some kind of way. And then put them in obviously a public place. I'm not completely savvy when it comes to being on the websites and clicking through and finding places. So, I may be able to speak to some of, constituents in my neighborhood and probably in other neighborhoods who don't use the online stuff. So, I would prefer as a parent, I would prefer to get a phone call. If I don't have a phone, I would prefer to get a piece of mail. It just, communication seems to be so broken down that maybe we are communicating, but we may not be communicating effectively. So I really think that a lot of the information that's coming in from our public comment is something that we really truly need to really got to listen to from all ends. They're all saying something that is very important. And I would just want to make sure that we don't miss that. So, but yeah, I'm good.
Thank you, President Pritchett. Well, a couple comments. First, just want to echo the thanks to staff. I was really proud of our staff tonight. A very, very good, detailed presentation. You all have been hard at work, and it shows, and I just really want to appreciate each one of you. I had a couple questions. Let's see. One is on quarantine. Just wondering, when a student is sent home for quarantine, if they have to do the 10-day quarantine, and this may be a question for the academic office, I'm not sure, but how do they stay on track? Like, what guidance are we providing to our schools, to our teachers? Like, what will they be given for those 10 days?
I can support with that great question, Member Murowski. And I think in addition to independent study, this is really an area that we need to be very concerned about, because as we're hearing and we know with the spread that this is a reality for what we will be experiencing in our schools. So what we're finalizing are our short-term independent study plans, with again, some adjustments that are asked for in alignment with AB 130. And we do have, right just before the pandemic started, our Be Here department, led by Jennifer Crutchman, was really working together with our Constituent Services Office to design a systemic short-term independent study plan that was being used across the whole system the same way. And so luckily we have that whole program ready to go and be just refined for this AB 130 time. So it would be our recommendation that we maintain that short-term independent study contracting, and that our teachers would be able to continue to support students through that model.
Okay, wonderful. I think that would be a good, as we're talking about either forum or FAQ, that would be really good to get out to folks so that parents can understand what will happen. That's a worrisome thing. I really appreciated the information about lunchtime and trying to push as much as possible outdoors. I'm wondering for a little more detail on kind of what is in place now. Like, at the school sites? Is there, I saw that we have, kind of picnic tables on order. I would hope they will be here by the time school starts. I just kind of what can parents expect will be in place, kind of across the district, or does it really, really vary?
Thank you for that question, Board Member Morawski. The picnic tables have an 18 to 20 week lead time, so they will not be here for the start of school. And we are planning, the secondary students right now always have eaten outdoors. That is not that unusual for them. For the elementary students, many of them will be sitting in the grassy areas, sitting along the overhangs of the hallways. And we are setting up most of them outside.
Okay, so the expectation is sort of the default expectation would be to eat outside? Is that safe to say, or?
Well, we will have a hybrid. They are allowed to eat indoors, and we will be maximizing social distancing. We have decided that would be 3 feet. We have 6 students per cafeteria table. I have looked at Elk Grove and some other school districts. They are actually seating more students on a cafeteria table. We're going on the side of caution and requesting that more students eat outdoors.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I totally agree. I mean, I think, outdoors is just so much safer, that whatever we can do to encourage that, I think we should do. I'll find out more about my, my own school site, but I just, a lot of parents are wondering, what will be in place at their school sites. We talked about tents and, tables, I suppose, coming later, but, if you can, if we can get more information out about that, it's just something that's been top of mind for a lot of parents, because it really is the only time where you're taking off your mask, and we know what that means in terms of the risk going up. So I appreciate that. The other thing I wanted to really, really encourage us to do is mandatory testing. I think, there's ways we can do this, even with the realization that we need consent forms to be signed. At least it could be sort of an opt-out rather than an opt-in. And I just don't think our current protocols are really strong enough to encourage all of, kind of on a universal basis or on a surveillance testing basis. So, the recommendations change so much all the time that I'm not even clear on, what the current kind of recommendations are if you're going to do surveillance testing. But I just think, to the extent that we can do that on a more universal basis, kind of coming into school, can we do it? I'm excited to hear that there's a digital packet. I've been looking for that for a long time. We can have a consent form as part of that digital packet, and so I hope that is being done. And I think, that would just give us the flexibility to be able to do kind of, given the situation, we're going to do kind of a sweep of surveillance testing. So I really would like to hear if we have any further thoughts on that, or if you have to take that back. But we don't have, obviously another board meeting before this. It's not something that we need to decide as a board, but it's certainly within administrative authority to do. So I don't know if you have a comment or can address that.
Superintendent, did you want to speak to that, or do you want me to?
Yeah, please do, Ms. Flores.
Yes, so I mean, at this time, our decision that we had made back, moving forward, was routine voluntary surveillance testing. We agree with you that it becomes a much more powerful and strong measure if everyone's testing. There is still benefit in doing the voluntary surveillance, because if COVID is spreading, you are more likely you're going to catch it. But to your point, how many times has that transmitted before you catch it in that surveillance testing. We did surveillance testing all summer long with rapid antigen and a incentive program. I would say the vast majority of people participated, and it was really beneficial. We did catch quite a few cases, but that's exactly what we want to do. So, you know, we would be interested in pursuing that further and discussing it further if that's something that superintendent and board would like us to do.
Well, I'm, defer to my colleagues on their opinions about that, but if you do have an opinion, I'd encourage you to state it, because I think it's just a really important tool in our toolbox, and we need to get those consent forms in so we have the opportunity to really do it in a meaningful way. That's my piece on that. So thank you so much. I really liked what one of the commenters said about potentially welcoming Afghan refugees to our schools. I was thinking about that today, in fact, and so I would just echo, the idea that we can maybe think about a way to proactively welcome new students. The last thing I'll say is just we need district common assessments. It's not the first time, and I'm sure it won't be the last time I'll bring up that topic. But we need to know where our students are after this unconscionable year that we've had in terms of the learning loss and the effects on our kids. So we need to know where they are, and this is the way that we need to do that. So just look forward to having to being able to put that in place and reaching an agreement with our labor partners on that, because it's not optional for us. We have to do that. And it has to be done in a way that's objective and standardized across our whole district. So I appreciate the hard work that's gone into that. And thank you so much.
Member Villa? Okay, I will keep my comments and questions short. First of all, I will echo what Board Member Borowski said. I also support regular testing. That was in my notes. I think that's important for families to feel safe. If we have that already on site, I don't understand the problem of making sure that that's done regularly, so we can, again, if we did this in the summer, let's continue doing it throughout the year. That's that. As far as our dashboard, I just want to make sure that we're getting all of our information dumped on that, the decision tree graphic from the public health. That's not from the district, that's from the Department of Public Health. I want to make sure that all that information is on there, and also wanted to know how often, and I don't know who would be the best person to answer this, how often are we updating our COVID exposures on those websites? I really urge all of our families to go to the dashboard. I heard a lot of questions tonight that I believe are in our frequently asked questions section. Similar to what Board Member Phillips had said, it's really on us to share the information. And if we have this dashboard, I want to make sure it is updated and folks do know where to go for frequently asked questions. They can see how many exposures are happening in their area. If there's ventilate, I want all of that information hopefully just dumped. And it's, again, we need to be champions of sharing that information for our whole community. Because like I said, I heard questions tonight that I know are on there, that folks could have the answers in advance, but maybe we're just not telling people enough where to find it. So going back to that question, how are we updating those COVID exposures? Everything's daily, I'm assuming.
So the data that populates that dashboard is real time. It's going in, hour by hour. The dashboard updates to the website. Right now, I believe it's every Tuesday and Friday, which really does capture. And I do just want to say to our community, you're going to see a lot of shifting because sometimes cases do take a while, and we might find other close contacts, and we should expect that, right? That means the work is happening.
Yeah, and in the future too, for community members, obviously we get emails a lot. Let us maybe know what you don't see on that dashboard or what maybe we need to provide, because I think that space is the best way that we can communicate to our community.
On to the next. I really appreciate the project at Father Kenny. That is something that I think is we need to look at across the board. Would love more outdoor spaces. You know, this is kind of our new normal of life of school, and if we can get our kids safely outside, let's do that. So thank you for that. In regards to Cap City, most of the questions you had already asked, so thank you. Thank you for the update. I look forward to negotiations on Tuesday with our partners, because our families and our staff, we really need the information as quickly as possible, so they can make those choices. Superintendent, are we fully staffed and ready to go for Cap City when we can move forward?
Part of the answer is, are we confident that we can do that? The answer is yes. Part of the process, of course, is making sure that we have a robust way in which we're interacting with our families to make sure that in fact is the most appropriate learning mode for that family. But you will hear as a board here in the next couple of minutes in the presentation related to our 45-day revisions to the budget, that based on some enrollment patterns, there may also be some staffing opportunities as well. And so our team has been thinking about the best way to be very nimble as we determine based on the number of interest forms that are turned in, and eventually the number of families that actually sign up their children. How can we quickly be responsive from a staffing perspective? But am I confident? The answer is yes, Member Villa.
Wonderful. And thank you again for a lot of us brought up the last meeting, allowing students to return to their school. I think that's really crucial. I did not want families to miss out on that opportunity. And my last question or comment is regarding the SEL. I know academics assessments are really crucial, but it's really a priority to me, and I've expressed that. I'd really like to see more options and support. The calming places on school sites, wonderful. I'd like to see more information on that, sharing with our school sites and our community. Again, I know academics is huge, but kids need to come back. We saw the statistics. Their social emotional learning is really important when they return to their campus. That is all I have. Again, thank you, staff. This is a wonderful presentation. I know it's a lot of information, but this is obviously what our community needs to hear. So I appreciate it, and I look forward to more updates.
Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? So I just wanted to thank staff for the presentation, very informative. I think just even from the public comment, you've been able to answer a lot of questions that were out in the community. So I just want to thank you for that. I also want to thank the public for calling in, taking the time, and I think it's very clear. I hear distress in our parents, in our families. So I just want to make sure that that's loud and clear. That's coming through, and rightfully so. So I also want to make sure that you know that. I just wanted to just quickly make some comments and then a couple of questions. I'm glad to hear that we're going to require masking for both indoor and outdoor. I think that's going to provide a huge relief for our families. I want to support mandatory testing. I think that as our kids are coming back, our staff is coming back, and maybe some parent volunteers to our school site, it's really important that we really maximize that additional prevention strategy for mandatory testing. So just want to make sure that I'm on record supporting that. I want to also thank you for the release of the dashboard. That has also provided a lot of relief for community members to really understand where they can go to see. And now in real time, I expect it may be a daily update, but in real time, they get to see the numbers of what's happening in our schools. I did just peek at the San Juan Unified dashboard. I do see that they have a map where you could, visually see the hotspot. So I think that's a helpful visual to the extent that that's easy to incorporate. I think that would be helpful. I also wanted to just talk a little bit about the expanded learning programming. I'm trying to identify areas that haven't been commented on by my colleagues. You all had really good questions. I'm glad to hear that we're expanding to sites and that we are not going to turn anyone away if we're able to find providers who have the capacity, right? Because these are partnerships with community-based organizations. So I just want to make sure. I do want to make sure that we're talking about before and after school opportunities, because many of our schools, especially elementary schools, sometimes start later than others. And it's just really important for our parents to have a place to drop off their kids before the school actually starts. So I'm seeing a nod. So that is in place. So thank you, Manpreet, for all the work that you've done this summer with the expanded learning opportunities. And I'm looking forward to seeing expanded before and after school programs at more school sites. So that's great. And I do have I also wanted to thank you for the clarification that parents who opt into independent study can go back to their school that they're enrolled, right? We're an open enrollment district, so I just want to make sure that's very clear for our parents, because neighborhood school is not always the same thing as your school of enrollment. So it's the school of enrollment. I did want to also just confirm that it's not a one-time cap to return to their school of enrollment. If for whatever reason a family starts in independent study, then switches back to in-person instruction and they're back at their school of enrollment, that if there's a reason that they go back into independent study, that they're able to then return back to their school of enrollment, and it's just not limited to one. Can you clarify that?
That is how we have designed this on the back end as well, Member Garcia, and I'll make sure that we clarify that in our communications as well. That's certainly how we envision it, but I'll make sure that we clarify that as well as part of our communications.
Okay, thank you. I think that's really helpful for our families to hear that. I know there's been a lot of concern. And then I want to support the request for a Zoom town hall so that we can provide as much information as quickly as possible so that our families have the information that they need in order to decide to pursue independent study. Maybe after the information, they decide it's not the right fit. They withdraw their, letter of interest. But maybe we also have families who decide that it will be probably a better option. So I just want to make sure that we have a plan for that as soon as possible.
Yeah, let me just mention to the board and to our community, we have very eager principals that are ready to begin their communications to all of our families. We are developing a toolkit for all of our site leaders to make sure that these communications are taking place. So I will make sure that I inform the board and that we work with our site leaders so that just as they do every single year, they are communicating with their school, with their families, and are communicating just because, as you know, there's such variation in just in the question about school lunches, for example, the way that our schools are laid out is very different, that I want to make sure that we're respectful of the relationships that our site leaders have with their families, and that is where we want to make sure that the communications is happening, and that we can respond to the families that attend those schools. So I will make sure that we communicate, Member Garcia, to the board how we will roll out that communication at the site level so that our families can interact with their direct school.
Okay, I think it's important to have the live interaction, the back and forth, because just even in this presentation, I mean, I have a million questions, but, and I didn't have them prior to. So it's just really important. Just two more things. The expectation of refugee students. I know Hiram Johnson has been a site who has welcomed those students in the past, so they have a community of refugees. So I just want to make sure that as we are welcoming additional students, that we're also providing our school sites with the additional resources so that they can best support and meet the needs of the new coming students. So just want to make sure that that's out there. I don't know which other sites have large number of refugee students.
Yeah, I would certainly mention Member Pritchett's area as well. And just a reminder, there was a request, I think Member Morowski made it and others. We are also planning to provide our school sites with additional resources just for welcoming activities as well as our students come back to in-person instruction. Depending on the size of the school, they will get grants, if you will. So we've allocated some additional resources just so that schools can create a welcoming environment as we start our school year. And so there's a lot of great ideas about the kinds of activities that can take place. And I'll certainly make sure that we can provide examples of what our schools end up doing to serve our students based on their own creativity. And we should extend that, of course, to schools that serve students who have encountered those very difficult circumstances in Hiram Johnson, but also in other school sites across the district.
Excellent. And then lastly, independent study. I know there's another negotiating session on Tuesday. I'm just getting really nervous and very frustrated because I feel that we always end up with this very short time between when we make a decision and when school starts, and then everything that has to happen in between relative to communicating with our families, providing them with as much information as possible, and then having everything in place ready to go the first day of instruction. So I need to hear that there is a date where we're going to communicate with our families about what that independent study program looks like. When will that be?
My recommendation, Member Garcia, having experienced both as superintendent but also as a parent, the anxieties from last year when we were down to the wire still negotiating around how many minutes of synchronous learning and such. My recommendation is that to avoid that, that we strive to finalize those negotiations at the Tuesday session so that we can put out all of the communication that our families are asking for and that they candidly deserve. I feel that our staff have put in a lot of time and energy to operationalize how we think that the legislature intended AB 130 to look like. But I will tell you that we have a very committed set of staff members who have taken the opportunity to refine and improve on our independent studies program. It has not always been the most inclusive program for how we serve students, for example, who are English learners, how we serve students with exceptional needs, and that is requiring us to determine how we can make some refinements to that program that I will say I think goes above and beyond what AB 130 envisioned, and we want to capitalize on this opportunity to both implement the legislative intent of AB 130, but also make some of those refinements. I hope that that is what our negotiations will result in. But to answer your question, I would recommend, based on what we heard today, that we strive for finalizing that on Tuesday and communicating all of the information that is ready to go no later than Wednesday.
Okay, and then I know that the law requires a meeting with the interested families, and then a written agreement to be in place within the first 30 days of the first day of instruction. So there's some really tight timelines, and I just want to make sure that staff has enough time to have those meaningful meetings to make sure that this option is in the best interest of that student, and get everything else in place. So I definitely support having a decision by Tuesday, and moving forward, so that our families know exactly what their options are, so then they can make an informed decision on behalf of their child or children. Thank you.
Member Rhodes?
Is it on now? All right. So, repeating myself, I said, thank you, Member Garcia, for those last two questions, or those are very important questions. When we were listening to our parents today, or this evening, majority of them questions were about independent studies and how students with IEPs would gain access. And so I am happy to hear that we have a Tuesday kind of deadline here, that our parents will know more information. Then also, really happy to hear about parents being able to return to their school sites when they leave themselves from distance learning, from independent study. I think that that's going to be very helpful. So I appreciate that. Kind of going back to the presentation, I just had a comment for Manpreet. I would say kudos to the youth development staff for their summer programming. What you guys are able to do is amazing. I think it's also best practice that many people can look at and implement. I hope that we continue it next year. I had my students that were actually part of it as well. And not only were they excited about the learning portion, but the social emotional portion and how those two things intersected, which made them really enjoy their summer programming. They were actually upset that it was ending. So I really appreciate your work, Manpreet, and continue to do great things. All of my colleagues had amazing questions today, and so I don't have that many, but I really am appreciative of this, and look forward to having more conversations with site level staff or the principals, and connecting, because the conversations do need to be had. And if it's not on a district wide forum, then having it independently at their site, I think that's still very powerful. So I look forward to those conversations and how we roll that out. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Rhodes. Member Wu?
Yes, thank you. I want to thank staff. I want to thank the public for their comments. I concur with mandatory testing, and you guys are phenomenal since you asked all the questions. But I have one last question or comment, and that is, I'm finally getting to see implementation of MTSS. And that is very important to me, because I've been waiting and waiting and waiting for years since we first mentioned it. So that'll be my final comment.
Thank you, Member Wu. Yes, thank you again to staff and your amazing work. And we're gonna do this. We're gonna do it right, and we're gonna do it good, and what's right for our students and our staff to keep them safe. Superintendent?
And just very quickly, I just want to reiterate that we will certainly communicate with the board how we envision here at the district the rollout of communications at the site level. But I just want to make sure that we all kind of understand the importance of that happening at the local context, and the sort of advantages of it happening at the local context versus us trying to centralize communications for all of our schools. One is, of course, an issue of capacity, but the more critical one is that the strongest relationships are at the local level. And again, we have very eager principals and other staff members that this is what they do, and they do it very, very well, as you know. And so we will provide the context of those communications, but we want to make sure that we allow our site leaders to do it the way that they do it best, based on their relationships with their families. President Pritchett, if I can, today happens to be, this board meeting happens to be the last board meeting for Mr. Vincent Harris, who is here, having presented to you as you saw. And I wanted to just take a moment to thank him for his service to Sac City Unified students.
Can you come up here?
Sure, Mr. Harris. Thank him for, we may need to provide a microphone to Mr. Harris. I took it, I think. But I just wanted to take a moment to thank Mr. Harris on behalf of our team here at Sac City Unified. Mr. Harris and I do have a long history together, having served as colleagues in our last post in Fresno Unified School District, and he was amenable and willing to pick up and join us here in Sacramento with his lovely family in 2017, and since then has done, as you saw today and you've seen in every presentation that he's delivered over the course of the past 4+ years, a remarkable job at bringing together cross-functional teams to advance and set the foundation that I think our district needs in order to serve the needs of our students. You've seen it in the work that he's led for our LCAP plan that eventually was adopted by this body in June. The strong relationship that we've been trying to build between the SIPSA process and the LCAP as well. Believe it or not, he oversees 9 different departments, and that goes from our charter to our state and federal, to our college and career counseling, to our CTE efforts. And on top of that, he of course has served as the cabinet sponsor, if you will, for the graduation task force that we put together in 2017, the African American Achievement or Student Achievement Task Force, which is now the African American Advisory Board, and many other areas that have been critical for the district. He will be leaving us, headed to Washington, D.C. I'm sure that we will continue to interact with one another, but I just wanted to just thank him on behalf of our team here in Sac City. Of course, we're excited about what's in store for him, but we also will miss his contributions to the work that we have been striving to do here in Sac City Unified. So, Mr. Harris, thank you for your service over the past 4+ years here in Sac City Unified. We look forward to continuing to stay in touch, and again, just wanted to express our deepest gratitude to you. I'll let others, if they would like to say anything, and then we will present him with something, Member Pritchett.
Thank you, Superintendent Vincent. I hope you know how much you're going to be missed in this district. You have done amazing work. You've been an amazing ally to our community and our staff. And the impact that you have left here in our district has been great. The impact of you leaving will leave a hole that is going to be hard to replace. And did you say 9 departments? That is crazy. I hope you know how much you'll be missed, and I wish you the best of luck. And I hope that you'll keep in touch with us because we'd love to see what you're up to next, because I'm sure you're up to bigger and greater things. But just know that you will be sorely missed in our district. Anybody else like that? Remember Phillips? That's okay. Go ahead.
I just want to say I'm not speaking for all of the Black and brown community, but you're going to be missed beyond all. I don't know what we're going to do without you. I don't know what we're going to do. I get it. You serve a purpose, but there's something else I want to say, but I'm not going to say it. But I want to say it, but I'm not going to say it. But I want to make sure that wherever you go and whatever you do, that you seek your value and that you receive your value for what you are worth. So we are definitely giving you your flowers today, but I want to make sure that you know that you will be missed absolutely from me. The presence of another Black person leaving this district upsets me. There was a comment today in our, and I know y'all read it, right? Did you guys read it? It was a comment just from a community member saying that we need to make sure that we have representation here at the district. And, your leaving is cutting a big, huge swath through that. So I just, whatever you're going to do, I know you're going to do great, even if it is chilling for a while. But I really appreciate the work that you've done. So you will be missed, sir.
Member Villa.
Huge loss. Huge. I actually teared up when I heard, because you are just such a wonderful human being, the work that you've done here. And we've only been working together for a short amount of time, but everyone speaks so highly of you. And I hope that you really know that everybody looks at you with just, you're in awe. You do wonderful work. You're a good human being, and we really, truly are going to miss you. But again, I will, like Member Phillips said, go find what's right for you. And obviously we'll miss you, but I know great things will always come your way. So thank you.
Member Garcia.
You were unflappable, and I always admired that. You have this tremendous quality of knowledge, confidence, and grace. So anyway, so I just wanted to thank you for all your work.
Anybody else? Member Morowski?
I'll be quick. I know the hour's late. I just wanted to echo all of that, all of the thanks, echo the tears. Big, huge shoes to fill, and we're going to miss you so much. Thank you for all you've done. Thank you for your service and your sacrifice on behalf of our kids and our community. Thank you, Vincent.
Member Rhodes?
Yeah, for me, I feel like outside of being a board member and working with you, I feel like you're like part of my journey to get here, and so I appreciate you, man, and that's all I can say.
Member Wu.
I want to thank you. You learned that you had such expansive explanations in your presentations. And, in order to accommodate them, you learn to speak fast. I don't know if I understood it all, but I understood the gist of it. And it is really important work that you have done. And it's really important that you put it all together for us. I hope that you carry on with this activity and wish you the best of luck.
Superintendent?
Yeah, Mr. Harris, I just wanted to, on behalf of all of us here, present you with this red apple as just a token of our appreciation and a small memento of your great work here in Sac City Unified. So.
Do you want to say a few words, Mr. Harris?
I promise to say a few words slowly.
Slow.
Ultimately, thank you for the generous words that you spoke this evening. Certainly, I will just say I am grateful and humbled that the superintendent brought me here. I've learned a great deal. I mean, being in a job that has accountability and continuous improvement, ultimately, it's kind of a yin and yang of sorts, but really, it's been my journey of improvement as well, because certainly coming here to Sac City has been a tremendous opportunity to interact with a great board of people who care deeply about the students of this community, staff that cares deeply, LCAT PAC that cares deeply, an African American Advisory Board that cares deeply, a CAC that cares deeply, a DLAC that cares deeply, and community members who care deeply. So I'm humbled to learn from so many people, and I'm grateful. And so I will end there, except to say that the most important Vincent actually is Vincent Flores. So in terms of the going forward, you're in great hands because there's great people leading the departments here. I might have been the figurehead of 9 departments, but frankly, they're pretty much autonomous units. So in that regard, I was very blessed. And so hopefully, as I go forward, I'm following my spouse. So, not quite sure what comes next, except we will be landing in a different spot of the world, but we're excited about that. And again, very grateful for the opportunities that I've learned here, and big on the little A in terms of the accountability, but a really big C in continuous improvement. And I wish the district, the students, the staff, the families the best, because I believe we're bending to make this a great place for everyone. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Harris. You will be sorely missed. Okay, let's pull this one. Sorry, my glasses are really foggy.
Member Pritchett, would you like to take a break now?
Do you want to do it now instead of in?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. We need to reset our system. We have some feedback going on for our audience, so we'll take a 5-minute break. Calling this meeting back to order from our break. All right, with that, we're gonna go into item 9. What time is it? Okay. 9.2, resolution number 3217, safe and secure storage of firearms in the community. Member Wu.
I'm not going to read the whole thing, but this is a resolution on safe and secure storage of firearms in the community. Whereas evidence strongly suggests that secure firearms storage is an essential component to any effective strategy to keep schools and students safe. Whereas every year, nearly 350 children under age 18 intentionally shoot themselves or someone else. That's roughly 1 unintentional shooting per day, and 77% of these take place inside a home. Another 590 children die by gun suicide each year, most often using guns belonging to a family member. Incidents in gun violence on school grounds nationally, 79% of active shooters nationally are current students or recent graduates, and 78% of shooters nationally under age 18 obtain their guns from their own home, a relative's home, or from friends. The research shows that secure firearm storage practices are associated with up to an 85% reduction in the risk of where am I? Up to 85% reduction in the risk of self-inflicted and unintentional firearm injuries among children and teens. So, therefore, now be it resolved that the board directs the superintendent to create an appropriate letter in English and other languages with a student population of 15% or greater to parents and guardians that explains the importance of secure gun storage and the legal obligations to protect minors from accessing irresponsibly stored guns to be included in annual registration materials at each school site. And be it further resolved that the board and the superintendent will continue to work with local law enforcement agencies, health agencies, and nonprofits to collaborate and increase efforts to inform district parents of their obligations regarding secure storage of firearms in their homes.
Thank you, Member Wu. Brings me back to my example of why we need an in-depth conversation about safety. Perfect timing. All right, with that, this is an action item. Member Wu, would you like to move this item?
Yes, I would like to move this item.
All right.
Second.
I got a motion and a second on a student preferential vote. All right, Superintendent, roll call.
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Morowski,
Aye.
Member Wu,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Villa,
Aye.
Member Rhodes,
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Thank you. It is unanimous. Thank you, Member Wu. Before we move on to the next item, before it gets too late, I would like a motion to extend this meeting until 12:30 a.m.
So moved.
Motion and a second. Do we need a roll call on this, Ann? Okay, a student preferential vote? All in favor, say aye. All right, thank you. Opposed? Opposed? All right. Abstentions? No, all right. Okay, item, none of us want to be here that late, but 10.0, board workshop, strategic plan and other initiatives. 10.1, facilities master plan update number 2, Ms. Ramos.
Yes, good evening, President Pritchett, board members, superintendent. Tonight, we're presenting to you all the district's facility master plan.
Hold on just a second, Rose. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. Can you hear me now? Hello?
A little bit, we still can't hear.
Oh, how about now?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, I will stay put here. Good evening again. We are presenting to you all the district's facility master plan. As we shared in the first reading, this is the district's plan, which sets the priority for future facility projects and the funding sources. And as we explained last time, we did experience a little bit of a delay due to COVID. But in the last few months, we've made substantial progress with the assistance of our architect group and our consultants. And with that, we are pleased to now present to you all a final draft along with the website. And I'm going to turn it over to staff and our consultants, and starting off with Dr. Lee Sata, who will walk you through the PowerPoint.
Great. Thank you so much, Rose, and members of the Board of Ed and Superintendent. Good evening. Tonight, I'm just going to present to you the latest version of our facilities condition assessment and facilities master plan. Next slide, please. As was mentioned by Rose, this is a group effort, including and led by the DLR group, which was led by Mark Covington, principal in charge, and Anton Blewett, educational planner. Next slide, please. They were also joined by the equity consulting team of RSS Consulting, led by Dr. Regina Standback-Stroud. Next slide, please. Facilities master planning serves as a bridge between your current state and your future state of facilities. And as is often said here, great facilities create spaces so that all students deserve an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. And of course, we thank Mr. Harris for continuing to remind us of that. Next slide, please. This master plan is informed by data, both quantitative data and qualitative data. It is a combination of assessments, demographic data, space inventory, capacity, and utilization analysis of each of the sites, as well as something that we think is unique and special to this district, the equity measures that we'll speak more about in a little bit. We also did some qualitative data, which consisted of interviews of our core planning group, as well as tying it to certain principles that were expressed in the LCAP. Next slide, please. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Amna Javed, to take you through the planning timeline and some of the activities that we've done to date. Amna?
Good evening, members of the board and the superintendent. My name is Amna Javed. The district issued an RFP for facility master planning services in the spring of 2019. DLR Group was selected to complete this work. The first step in the facilities master planning process was to complete a thorough facilities condition assessment of all 93 campuses within the district. This started in the summer of 2019 and continued into the fall. The facility conditions assessment resulted in identifying a $3.5 billion need for upgrading of all district facilities. The completion of the facilities condition assessment allowed the district to draft a board resolution for a general obligation bond, which resulted in Measure H, a $750 million bond that was approved by the Sacramento City Unified School District community during the March 2020 elections. Also in March, the work halted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Work resumed last fall with the creation of new committees. I will go into more details regarding the committees in the next slide. Once the committees were created, the district began work again earlier this year. During this point, the RSS team was also introduced to help with the equity indicators. Since then, there has been a series of core planning group meetings. The meetings concluded in April. The first update for this facilities master plan was presented in May. This month in August, the district conducted a series of community forums to present a draft copy of the facilities master plan for community input. It is currently being presented to the board for input and is tentatively scheduled to be presented again during the next board meeting for board approval. Next slide, please. The communication and participation of the facilities master plan included district focus groups. This included district leadership and various departments, and this allowed the facilities team and DLR group to gather data that's needed from a facility standpoint, and this helped create the ed specs. We will go into more details regarding the ed specs a little bit later in this presentation. The steering group consisted of district leadership. The core planning group consisted of parents, district leadership, and community partners. And the community forums were five meetings, and they were held earlier this month, and they were translated into 5 languages, and they were held at different times of the day to maximize participation. The meeting dates are also listed. Next slide, please. Back to you, Dr. Lee.
Thank you, Amna. So as we said earlier, that this facilities master plan consists of 2 key features. One of them is the assessments, which specifically had to do with facilities conditions at all sites. We took a look at systems, including HVAC, roofing, security, and others. And then very importantly, educational features, which are contained in a document we call the educational specifications. The specifications consist of 6 petals that we're going to go into a little bit more detail tonight in a little bit later in the presentation. But you can read the 6 petals there, and I won't read them again. You're going to hear a little bit more about them. Next slide, please. We spent a fair amount of time in our last presentation going through the facilities condition index and explaining them to you, so we won't spend as much time tonight speaking about this. But this is a summary of all 93 sites that were reviewed. And the takeaway here is if you look at those colorful text at the top, you can see that 16 sites fell below kind of standard, and we call those renewal is recommended. 47 of the sites were considered serviceable, and 30 of the sites were serviceable and functioning. Next slide, please. All of this leads to, and this is a breakdown of the budgets associated with those costs to address all the issues that we have in the facilities condition at those sites. So again, the column on the left here is just a way of disaggregating each of the types of sites that we have. And you can see that over the top, in the top row, if we were to fix everything all at one time in the first year, which would not be physically possible, it would take at least $101 million. But because we have to spread the work out over several years, in fact, we have a 10-year time frame here to spend these dollars, you can see that the dollars add up over time because the condition of the facilities continue to go down unless we address them right away. And that's how the $3.5 million was arrived at in the lower right-hand corner. Next slide, please. As I said earlier, we want to spend a little bit more time tonight speaking about the educational facility assessments, because this is really the core of how we're expressing the work that needs to be completed. And for that, I'd like to turn it over now to Anton Blewett, one of our colleagues from DLR Group. Anton?
Great. Thank you, Dr. Sada. As the lead planner on this project, but also the K-12 design research leader for DLR Group, I'm just really excited to share these petals. And these petals are important for three reasons. First, they're based on a set of research-based strategies. I'm going to walk you through some of those. Two, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of those high-level findings that we found from applying those to every one of your campuses. And three, I'm just going to begin to lay out the vision for the learning environment based on these six petals. So let's start off with talking about what's underneath the petals. The petals are based on research-based strategies that tell us which decisions, from a facility standpoint, have the most impact on a student, their outcomes, and which ones don't. And in particular, which design decisions have an impact on academic performance, students' level of engagement, which leads to college and career readiness, and a variety of other benefits. So some of those research-based strategies are the tools, the furniture, the resources, the spaces that are available for a variety of learning activities, particularly as we move and transform the learning environment from teacher-led to student-driven. A simple example to illustrate that would be makerspaces, which became really popular in the last 10 or 15 years. And a makerspace is a makerspace because of its tools, its big tables, the resources it has, the ability to get loud, its ability to get messy, right? And it's having those types of things that make it powerful. We're also looking at what design decisions allow students to receive the support, the individualized support they need, right? Thinking about English language learners, students with disabilities, and the importance of acoustics, right? And what type of acoustic conditions exist. But also thinking about, our paraprofessionals, our therapists, do they have the tools, the spaces, right, to support students? We know, and this is just across the board, it's really hard to learn when you're too hot or too cold. So looking at temperature, access to fresh air, access to outdoor learning, quality daylight, but also features like color, right? Visual stimulation. So those make up just some of these evidence-based standards that we're then applying to every one of your campuses to look at the learning environment's degree to either meeting the district standard or not. So what did we find? So we found that, let's just take learning environments, for example. Based on past bond allocation, a lot of your high schools, their learning environments are meeting many of those standards. But with your middle schools, K-8s, elementary schools, we see a situation we find in much of California, which is many of your buildings were designed in the 1950s or 60s, or they're portables, and many of those environments do not meet the majority of standards that I just described. So that leads me to step three. So what do we do, right? Dr. Sada talked about where we're at and the future. So to develop that vision, right, we've looked at program focus groups with a variety of experts from your district, working with the core planning group to identify specific challenges that exist at each campus, right, that are experienced by your communities. We worked with the educational design group, but ultimately it led to this. And I'm just going to walk through it just very quickly, similar to what I did before. And I want you to imagine a student on the sidewalk just looking at their campus. And when they see that campus, what do they feel, right? We want them to know that learning is valued, creativity is valued, that they are valued, right? And they've got the safe pathway to the front door. And at the front door of the school, which we're calling the Welcome Center, they are met in a loving way by staff that are able to check into their social and emotional needs, right? How do we orchestrate that process? We've talked about the impact of COVID. We've talked about the impact of a variety of needs. And if a child is experiencing trauma, acute from the weekend or that moment in time, they have the ability to go to a wellness center to receive additional support. And we know the importance of just food, right? The appeal of nutrition. And so taking advantage of the incredible central kitchen, I want you to think about the student having access to food throughout the day, quality meals, but also thinking about the social experience of food itself, right? And the impact that has on culture and climate. Also thinking about movement. The research tells us that movement in both micro and macro movements is key for bringing oxygen to the brain, centering the body. So having access to fitness, but just not fitness, but also play. And play isn't something that just exists for early learning, but all the way through the high school experience. And you might have noticed so far, I haven't even talked about the learning environment itself. And that's important because it's key that we not only provide targeted support for students, but we provide the foundation for learning within our learning environments. So I want to talk a little bit about inquiry and experiential learning. The library has evolved to the media center, providing students access to technology, the ability to collaborate in a variety of ways, the ability to research, potentially zoning some of those at the higher levels so that we can work with industry partners on a day-to-day basis, thinking about the importance of CTE, those pathways, pushing those down into middle schools as well. Again, that comes back to those tools, resources that I mentioned earlier, but also making experiential learning something that isn't just once a week, but is woven into the curriculum on a day-to-day basis. And then I end with just the learning environments. And the key design feature here is that we're designing learning communities, right? Small learning communities where a child has access not just to a single learning studio, but you've got a project commons where like multiple class spaces can be working together. You've got breakout rooms where you can do a workshop with an educator or a paraprofessional, or you can do an extended project. But ultimately, where a child spends the majority of their day, the ability to move, to work in a variety of ways, and to really tap into their passions and curiosity. So that is just a brief vision of what these 6 petals will look like in your future learning environments. And with that, I hand it to Nathaniel.
Thank you. Next slide, please. All right, so as Dr. Sada and Mr. Blewett both spoke about the level of need in overall facilities and the need to prioritize. So as such, a project priority methodology was needed to be developed. And the methodology that you see here was developed by the core planning group, but it was also based on a few governing factors. First, the Board of Education passed resolution number 3113 in November 2019, calling for the Measure H bond election. The resolution committed the district to developing a data-informed, equity-based prioritization of capital improvement projects by stating, quote, the district plans to utilize a formulaic approach to prioritizing projects, unquote. The resolution goes further by stating that the bond, quote, measure will advance the district's guiding principle of equity, access, and social justice, unquote, and affirm the district's intention to develop a, quote, internal district equity indices to help identify funding priorities based on the level of need, unquote. Lastly, in order to further confront and disrupt inequities that exist within facilities, the project priority methodology honors the LCAP's guiding principle to, quote, improve outcomes for all students and close the significant performance gaps between students, unquote. So based on that, the core planning group felt that these 4 principles outlined on this slide further guide the staff and district in honoring the board's and community's desire to ensure that schools receive their equitable share of capital projects moving forward. And with that, I want to say next slide and hand it back over to Dr. Sada.
Great, thank you, Nathaniel. So to keep it simple, I'm going to try to describe the project priority methodology. And what we've arrived at is really 2 types of projects. There's project type A, which has to do with what we call the FCI, or the Facilities Condition Index. And there's project type B, which are selected based on the equity index. We're going to go into these a little bit more detail, but these are the vision projects that will include a project initiation form to validate recommendations that will come to you, the board, for approval. Next slide, please. So project type A is really all about the facilities conditions at each of the sites, and these would be triggered or based on health, safety, and compliance, which could include observed or reported unsafe conditions, an unreliable system such as an HVAC system or a leaking roof, ADA or other compliance challenges, or frankly any other unsafe environmental conditions. So these could be one-off projects that just need to be executed at the discretion of staff because we believe that there's some sort of a safety issue or a compliance issue. The second type of category, project type A projects, are when we do a full renewal of a campus, based solely on its condition index. As I said earlier, if you recall, 16 of our sites were deemed to need some sort of a modernization. Next slide, please. For this next set of projects, which are the equity indicators, I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Stanback-Stroud to explain them, and then we'll pull them together into a table so that we can show you the criteria and how they were combined. Dr. Stanback-Stroud?
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Sata. Yes, so earlier I'm going to mention that we held a series of core planning group meetings, and we had the opportunity to make sure that we got feedback from the core planning group. The emphasis was to make sure that we were moving the voices from the margins to the center that needed to be in the middle of these discussions. And in getting that feedback, we asked for those factors that they thought that would be important to make sure that we had an allocation process that was grounded in equity. And they basically said 4 things to us. They said, look, equity matters, neighborhoods matter, the history matters, and voices matter. And with that, made a set of recommendations on some core principles. And those core principles were the principles that we would then base the equity indicators on. And the first thing I want to say is that if you look at the indicators are based in 2 particular areas. One is neighborhood opportunity. That neighborhood opportunity is looking at segregation and poverty. And what that means is that this was based on research that says basically, a student who lives in a particular neighborhood should not have access to inequitable educational opportunities simply because of the neighborhoods they live in. And they looked at things like the median income. And they looked at things like, for an example, the overrepresentation of people of color. They also looked at whether the neighborhoods had resources. And the resources included things like, is there access to housing? Is there access to employment? Is there a match between transportation opportunities? So you might live in a neighborhood that doesn't meet the high segregation and poverty criteria, but it doesn't have some resources. And so those indicators were the indicators at which upon which the allocation was measured against. And if you go to the next one, Dr. Sata. They also looked at the prioritization of the groups that are prioritized in the LCAP. And that is important in that it is part of a process that has gone through feedback and provided with community feedback that has been provided. And those groups that are prioritized in the LCAP are people of color, or Black and Indigenous people of color, but also it's really important that we call out and name because of the student population in the district, that we call out and name specifically Latinx students as well, along with the other groups of students that are here that include students with disabilities and English language learners, foster youth, and homeless youth. So that, along with the facilities condition index that Dr. Sata spoke about earlier, LCAP, the neighborhoods, high segregation, as well as resource level of the neighborhoods are the major components of the indicators that are in the equity indicators. And Dr. Sata?
Thank you, Dr. Stanback-Stroud. Next slide, please. So this is the criteria matrix that we use to sort projects. And if you think about the criteria as a range of projects from, as Dr. Stanback-Stroud said, we looked at neighborhood ideas. So let's just look at criteria 1. We combine neighborhood criteria, including high segregation and poverty, and we combine that with the LCAPs, that students that were identified as high or moderate to high in those categories. And that led to project type B1. So that's a vision project. The second range, if you will, across the spectrum is where we looked at neighborhood opportunity, as Dr. Sandbeck talked about. She said the low resource category. So when you combine low resources with, again, students that were identified as needing special attention or additional scaffolding to be successful, And then we added in some of the FCI, the facilities condition, that led to the second type of project. And then finally, as I said earlier, we just look at FCI solely on its own, which could be a specific issue, or it could be a school that had a high FCI index. So again, a range from taking the neighborhood and the neighborhood issues, combining it with students, and not putting the FCI in at all. That led to our highest sort for vision projects. Again, the second criteria was neighborhood plus LCAP plus SCI, and then finally FCI only. Next slide, please. And so where does that leave us? So we're going to be, as Amna said earlier, bringing this back to you, hopefully tentatively scheduled for September 2nd. And we're going to be asking for an approval. And this facilities master plan does consist of the assessments, which we've now shared with you a few times, a website tool, which we're going to demonstrate for you shortly, the database methodology to prioritize the projects, which is largely encapsulated in that matrix that I just spoke about. And again, we have project initiation forms, which will have on them budget, scope, schedule, and a justification for the project. We also want to emphasize that the process was a 2-year process. It was comprehensive in terms of its communication, and we did receive some really great feedback at the community forums, and we're sharing that with you here. One feedback point was that we'd love to have more, and we'd love to have them in person. Of course, we had to hold these online, so our recommendation is that this process continue. The second thing is that several people asked for a sustainability vision and a sustainability plan that should be created, and we can give you more information about where we're at in that part of the process. The second bullet point here is that a project list will be approved separately from the facilities master plan. And then finally, and this is an important point, is that the facilities master plan and the project list are living documents, and they'll be modified over time as conditions and priorities change. And with that, we're going to now take you to the website. And again, Anton is going to come back now and walk you through kind of high level all the components of the website and how that relates to the work that we've done.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Sada. Here's the web tool that you all will have the ability to review, to provide feedback, to get deeper into it. I'm just going to drive it very quickly to give you an idea of some of the features and what it has to share. Before I dive in, I just want to talk about why it's important by describing what it's not. Until recently, the majority of facility master plans were either printed in a binder or they were a PDF. And one of the things that became super clear in working with our core planning group is not only centering the voices of those that are most impacted by these facility decisions, but also planning with the community. And it's really hard to plan with the community when a digital or physical thing sits on a shelf in a facility's office. So this tool is largely to make this process accessible and transparent, and to really demystify a lot of these things to plan with the community. So this is the first page. It's a splash page, and it's broken down. You can see all those steps that you just heard in that presentation are here. So I'm going to start with the overview, where we talk about why it matters, particularly the Measure H bond language, the importance of the equity indices, referring back to Board Resolution 3113. And you'll see here everything that we talked about in the presentation is now provided in a very kind of short introduction. Why is communication and participation important? What went into it? What were the principles? A little bit about the campus assessments, the educational specifications, about the equity indicators, that methodology, that table we talked about, the vision projects themselves, so you can dive in and see specifically what are the strategies being recommended, and ultimately, when you put it all together, what does it look like? So to illustrate this, I'm going to walk us through one campus. So we're going to start off with the campus assessments. You can see we got all campuses here. I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to click on Nicholas. And so I see Nicholas. I see an initial kind of overview, looking at that neighborhood opportunity. I see that it's in a neighborhood that's high segregation and poverty. In terms of the LCAP student priority group, it's high. And when I look at that facility condition index, it's 28.5%, which is in that poor category that Dr. Sada mentioned. But on the right, this is where the education petals really start to influence this process, right? We talked about those 6 petals based on research that have a significant impact on a student's level of engagement, academic performance. And you can see here, the top learning environments for Nicholas are only partially meeting standards. Safety and security, not meeting standards. Individualized student support, approaching standards. The dining experience, partially meeting standards. Fitness and athletics, partially meeting standards. Inquiry and experiential learning, not meeting standards. So we can actually go specifically into that by clicking on the Educational Specifications Assessment. I'm going to open that up real quick. You can see here all those design features that I spoke to with a description of what it means, the actual category, whether it's provided, somewhat, or not at all, with a description of how those scores are scored. So you can go through and see specifically for each category, what are all the features that we looked at in detail. Also, the facility condition index, we can pull up that facility condition report. This is an 84-page report. I'm not going to take you through it, but it goes into all those features Dr. Sada mentioned in detail. So now I'm going to have us move let me close this, to the equity indicators. And we've got an introduction. We have links to the research that Dr. Stanbrook-Stroud mentioned. The neighborhood opportunity maps come from Berkeley's Othering and Belonging Institute. This goes into the methodology if you were to click on this, a description of what it means, the definitions. And here you can see every neighborhood within the district boundary in terms of its level of resource according to the Berkeley maps. So for example, if I was to zoom in to the neighborhood surrounding Nicholas, you would see that this census tract according to the Berkeley maps is high segregation and poverty. We have a map that shows every campus by its LCAP student priority. So again, you can see how those dots are distributed relative to different colors. Again, just using the simple example, I'm going to move into Nicholas. We can see that it's 98% students of color. You can begin to see how that breaks down when you disaggregate the data. And then we also have an ability to look at every campus in the district by its facility condition. I mean, you can see when we run the numbers, it's pretty evenly distributed. Again, going to zoom in, just for simplicity. You can see from Nicholas, we're going to click on that out of all the campuses, it ranks 3 out of 90 in terms of its facility condition. So before I actually go into what that looks like, I want to pull up that project priority methodology where we have the criteria listed. In criteria 1, using the equity index, we're identifying any campus where the neighborhood opportunity is high segregation and poverty, or the LCAP student priority group is high or moderate to high. And as we remember, Nicholas met both of those criteria. So now, let's look at the vision projects. I'm going to go to the dashboard for Nicholas. I'm going to see again, just a reminder of those petals, just to remember sort of where is it meeting, where is it not meeting. Again, some of those equity indicators highlighted. The way this dashboard is set up, in the top left corner, we list out any challenges where the current campus is not meeting the educational specification, right? It's not meeting the district standards. 2 is where we begin to sort of propose those strategies, right? So that we can bridge the gap and begin to deliver the district's vision for teaching and learning. 3 then allows you to sort of see that impact by linking you into the ed spec to actually see images of what those things look like in precedents in schools, but at the same time, the cost. And then at the bottom, Mark will talk about this later, but all of these are based on a number of variables that impact the overall cost, the total project cost, ranging from soft cost to escalation and so forth. So I'm not going to go into too detail. I know it's almost 11 o'clock, but I'm going to use learning environments. You can see that the score based on that specifications assessment I referred to earlier, it comes to a 1.88, which means it's only partially meeting standards. And you can see that there's challenges with delivering active learning, collaboration spaces, huddle rooms, learning commons. And I can tell you this because Nicholas is primarily finger buildings, as I mentioned, and portables. So the proposed strategies would be to demolish the 3 classroom buildings, to replace the 17 portables and 9 finger buildings with new small learning communities. So for example, I talked about those huddle rooms earlier. If you wanted to know more about what those look like, you would just click on this button. You can begin to see the importance of sight lines, visual connection, easy access. How do we begin to distribute them throughout the learning communities? Giving students choice, what type of furniture, the types of tools and affordances that exist in those spaces. And at the same time, too, we can see the total probable cost for achieving those strategies. So there's a dashboard for every one of those pedals, right? So for every pedal, we can see the degree to which it's meeting the pedal. Anywhere that it's not meeting the pedal, we propose strategies. You've got the ability to learn more about those strategies, and you can see the total probable cost. I'm just going to click through some of these. So for example, individualized student support, new construction of a wellness center to include student support for therapy spaces in a blended method. Dining experience, new construction of a multi-purpose building, campus kitchen, culinary lab, and shade for outdoor dining. Here we can see for inquiry and experiential learning, new construction of a makerspace, art studio, as well as new media center with a variety of spaces, both for huddle, quiet work, group work. And again, you can click on any of these. So for example, if we went into research and technology, again, we can see what does it mean with some best practices there. And finally, when you put it all together, you can see all those strategies to achieve each pedal. You can see the total probable cost, but you can also see the existing campus, where it is in terms of those research-based strategies and its impact, to where the future campus will be in student outcomes and the total probable cost. So with that, Mark, did you want to talk about these variables at all, or do we just want to end the share and start the conversation?
You're fine, Anton. We can, if there's any questions in regards to cost variables, we can share out with the trustees and superintendent.
Perfect. And the last screen is what happens when you put it all together. So when you look at the total master plan, again, being very clear with project type A, project type B, you can see all the schools for project type A, and we can see all the schools that meet criteria 1 and 2 falling into project type B with the total cost breakdown. Obviously, this is designed to give you all ample time to get into this in detail, to spend time, but that's just a very quick overview of the web tool to help us deliver and achieve this vision.
Thank you so much, Anton. And I think with that, we are ready to take your questions.
Fantastic, thank you. We have one public comment on this agenda item.
Yes, our public comment is from Mo Kashmiri.
Hi, this is Mo Kashmiri. I just want to, I appreciate the presentation. I think the work is amazing. I would like to hear more about sustainability. I know with climate change happening, we've got to really reduce our eliminate our carbon emissions, ideally by 2030. And I don't see anything on this in terms of actually meeting those goals. So I'd be curious to hear more about that. And I also want to encourage the board to really finally go big instead of going small in terms of trying to make some of these facilities changes and really putting the bond up. You know, if there's $3.5 billion of need and we pass the $350 million bond, we know that's not enough. And I'd encourage our board to think big about how we can, build the schools our kids deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take board comment. I just want to say thank you. This has been a long time coming from being on the facilities committee and working with you guys to get this up and going, to working on the bond, getting it passed, and from what I can see, the repairs that need to be made to our facilities almost takes the majority of the bonds that we had passed with Measure H. So I just really appreciate all the work that was put into it. And showing the needs within our district. Is there any other questions? Superintendent?
Member Pritchett, can I just mention very quickly that oftentimes we talk about this notion that equity, access, and social justice is not a standalone initiative, but rather needs to be treated as the backbone of the organization. And I just want to recognize our team and our staff for their hard work. This has taken a long time, but in fact, I think it demonstrates that equity, access, and social justice can be the backbone of our organization, and you don't see many organizations that have been able to display that commitment from a facility standpoint. And I think this just demonstrates that we take this very seriously. And when you talk about transparency, I don't know how much more transparent we can be about how we are going to choose to invest in our facilities on behalf of students from that lens. Oftentimes, and I know that it was demonstrated here in past bonds, by the time we are near the end of those expenditures, one realizes that a trustee area or another trustee area received a lot more investments, and that is not what we hope to happen. It's not what we committed to our community when they voted for this past bond. And so I hope that the board can provide additional feedback as we continue to refine this, but I think this is all done in the spirit of advancing an equity, social justice agenda from a facility standpoint, which is not something that we could just go out and pick from somebody else and say that's the same model we want to pursue here in Sac City Unified.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent. And just a reminder, this is an informational item and will be brought back at the next regular scheduled board meeting. Member Morowski, did you want to add something?
No, the hour's late. I'll be quick. I really appreciate all the work and look forward to, spending a little more time looking everything over. I was curious whether this plan or the project list takes into account some kind of efficiency measures, and I'm thinking about if we know that facilities are really important foundation for all of those things, and I'm bought into everything I think Anton said. Just wondering, like, if we have an opportunity to invest in a school that is serving like 600 kids versus 250 kids. Are we considering that too? Because like we can make a bigger impact with a certain investment. So is that part of there, or is that something we would consider in kind of prioritizing projects?
So, Superintendent, can I take that? So so that's a great question. And the answer is that what this tool does is it's prioritized about 15 or so schools based on the criteria that we suggested. What it doesn't do, though, is it doesn't give us an exact list of which ones are going to go first. And the whole intention of having a project initiation form or a project justification form would be so that the staff can do that next level of analysis to make some decisions and suggestions about how we might either, to your point, identify a larger school or have some other reason that a school might jump a little bit higher up the list. So we wanted to provide a tool that gave staff some flexibility when they make the recommendations to you, the board, for that final approval. And it could be anything from identifying a certain type of student who may need more, assistance, or a group of students, to looking at the efficiency and utilization rate of each of the schools. So it is a tool that gives you some real clear data, but it also has some flexibility built in so that you can have the healthy type of debates that you need to have. And we don't anticipate that we would ever start 15 or so schools all at one time, right? There's just too much for the staff to handle. So you'll be seeing the first set of schools over a series of years. We may launch 4 or 5 the first year and then the same number the next year, but the order of those schools needs to be discussed and debated, and that's the intention of the project initiation form. And the reason why staff will bring it to you in a separate meeting, not as part of this initial facilities master plan.
And thank you for that, Dr. Sada. It's really helpful. I guess I would also add, that just looking at facilities in the context of our entire district and budget, there are facility types that would support certain programming that would really attract people in to our district, or keep people in our district. So I hope, in talking through this, that's also something that we need to consider, if we have really attractive facilities and programs. And just to clarify now as well, if we adopt the master plan, what exactly are we adopting? Are we adopting that project list along with the master plan?
You're essentially adopting the set of tools that have been developed, including obviously all the backup data that goes behind it, but it doesn't identify the specific schools that go first. It identifies the 15 to 20 or so schools that meet the highest criteria. That was based on the equity index that was developed by this team. So you'll be approving the tools and the overall list, but not necessarily the order of the projects. And frankly, we're not going to be able to achieve all of the projects, right? You saw that, if we have $3 billion in need and 750 to spend, and we want to carve out a little, bit for a sustainability plan, and, we have, we're just not going to have enough money to address every school. The reason that we have 2 different buckets of projects, though, is that we want to make sure that, all schools have some type of work that could be done. And so project type A has 93 schools up there with some level of work that has to happen. So you're going to see a combination of project type A, which might be smaller projects or one-off projects that address specific facilities condition needs. And then you're going to see the vision projects, which is hopefully that list of 15 or so schools in some order.
Okay, well, I really appreciate it. I feel like I'm going to need to have some more information about, and especially as we're thinking about, and if you're saying that we are basically adopting this list as part of the facilities master plan, that I think we need to have more conversation about prioritizing, not just prioritizing, within the list, but how are we framing this? And are we using the right frame? These are really important decisions, and we haven't really discussed prioritization as a board, other than agreeing to adopt an equity index, of course, which I think we all support. So look forward to following up with staff on specific questions. Thank you.
Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Board Member Morowski, for your questions. I had some questions along a similar path in terms of enrollment, the difference of enrollment from one site to another that may appear on this list, and how do we prioritize that? But I also have a separate question, so I'll just keep it to one. I'm wondering how, if the assessments included, growth in terms of transitional kinder. I know that Measure H did set aside at least 1% of the funds for early education facilities. So I'm trying to figure out how that factored into the end result of these 15 sites that you've identified under the formula.
Yeah, I don't know that we looked at that specifically, and maybe I'll ask either Mark or Nathaniel if they have any additional input on that.
Yeah, so bond project list is going to be the governing document that we're going to use moving forward with projects as well. And so within that list, knowing that language extremely well is going to be just kind of our backbone moving forward with all projects. And so knowing that 1% carve out is within that bond project list, we're going to be approaching all of the vision projects with that in mind as well.
So I just want to echo Board Member Morowski's comments about, one, looking forward to really navigating that site, that dynamic site. It looks very exciting to just go through. But I just really need to understand when we adopt the facilities master plan, what exactly we are approving. Because I understand that there's a separate action to prioritize the list, but essentially we're already approving the site. So I just need to know more about that. But thank you. This is very exciting work. I'm looking forward to navigating that website. So thank you so much.
Member Rhodes.
Thank you. This is amazing. This is an amazing presentation. I really appreciated it. And then just think of, I think Jamie, just think of Nicholas looking like that, right? That is amazing. And so just the equity index, I really appreciate that. You know, students shouldn't have to, depending on where they live at, shouldn't have to have impact their learning environment or the learning outcomes. And in Sacramento Unified School District, currently it does. And so I think it shows it very clear, but it gives us a kind of like a baseline to work from to say, like, how do we address these inequities that are structurally built out in our system? And that's what I'm really excited about. And so I look forward, actually, I'm going on some tours tomorrow with my guy, Nathaniel here, and I look forward to looking at the sites and having more in-depth conversation, and having more in-depth conversation with my colleagues around this with a equity and social justice lens. Thank you.
Will?
What is the distinction, or what will be the determining factor of taking down a school to the ground versus partial repair?
Lee,
Anton, do you want to?
yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
Go ahead, Rose.
Yeah, no, Lee, go ahead, take it.
Well, I think there are some choices, and it's going to come down to the value that is, to try to get the highest value for the project. There is, the issues are identified by the tool, as you saw that Anton kind of presented, and the deficits are clear. The solutions, though, would be determined by the architect that's hired. And if there's ways to stretch the dollars by modernizing certain parts of the campus versus tearing down the campus, that could certainly be taken into account. But I don't think the intention of this tool is to specifically state that up front, although in some cases there are some pretty clear notions. Mark, you want to add to that, or Anton?
And there are opportunities when you look at the FCI, the Facilities Condition Index that Dr. Sada presented earlier. On that index, you'll see it on the website. You can read up on it. It's also inside of each one of the assessments that are on every campus that we assessed. You get to a certain point, Member Wu, when you look at it and you say, wow, we're over 20% of the replacement value of the site, and that's when the district and staff would want to consider either it's a district to be replaced, where I've seen schools in the past where you can build side by side. You can build a school right next to a school on the same piece of property, and then take the school down and build fields where that school was, and you have a brand new campus right where the other one existed. So there's opportunity to do that. And you also have, when you look at that chart, you also have campuses that are up over 30% on the Facilities Condition Index, which is a very high number. And you saw the numbers go by when Anton was presenting. When you dig deeper into it, you will start to see that across with the 16 Dr. Sada, there were 16 campuses I think you shared that were over the 20%. Those are quasi candidates for either a complete replacement or really a lot of work. From the facility.
One of the goals, remember, was that, we were trying to eliminate things like portables, right? So if you have a campus that's largely portables, we're not recommending that be modernized. Those should be removed and replaced. So that's why it's hard to say we have to get into each school to give you that specific answer, but that's one of the criteria.
Thank you.
So I hope that helps. Sure.
Member Garcia, sorry.
Sorry, I forgot to mention, I had the opportunity to tour 3 school sites last Friday and check out the facilities, and it was just a great experience. I just want to thank staff for doing that and bearing with my questions. It's a facilities related, but it's separate from Measure H. And I at some point, I think I feel that we need to understand what is left in Measure Q in terms of funds, because one of the needs that was consistent across the school sites, and I'm sure this is going to happen in other areas as well, is athletics. Measure H does not include athletics, so it could be fields. And then, now that we're going to offer athletics to all our students, we just need to figure out how we're going to upgrade some of those fields, or Hiram Johnson needs a baseball field, right? They're still in need of that. Their baseball team practices at the Tahoe Tulare Little League site. So I mean, they're just really big gaps. So I know this is not Measure H. I just wanted to make sure before I forgot that I'd like to hear an update as to what is available and how we are, as a board, are going to decide how to commit those dollars, because they would go to projects that may not be covered by Measure H. So thank you.
Yeah, it would be nice to get an update on a Measure Q, because my understanding is that the rest of that funding went to the football field at Hiram Johnson. And so if we can get an update, maybe a BC on it.
Yes, we'll
Superintendent?
provide a BC on that topic, sure
Okay.
thing.
Yes.
Great, okay. This is an informational item, it'll be brought back. We will be looking forward to more information and getting more questions answered at the next board meeting. Thank you for everything. All right, item 10.2, 2021-22 budget update, Ms. Ramos.
Yes. Again, can you hear me? I want to make sure before.
Yeah, we can.
Wonderful. All right, really quick, we have a few slides for you on the budget update. This is following the state enacted budget, and there were several changes in there that did impact our district budget. Next slide, please. And we're going to go over just a few key items with you. And then, of course, share what that impact is on the multi-year projections. And then, as the superintendent stated earlier, we do need to give you an update on how we are trending with enrollment. And then we'll just list a few other additional programs that were in the state enacted budget as well, and then conclude with next steps. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Adrian Vargas, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
All right, thank you, Rose. And so I'm going to go through some of the key items, and as Rose explained, the impact of those key items or potential impact to our multi-year projections as well as our ending fund balance. So I'm going to start with the local control funding formula. Our concentration grant increased from 50% to 65%. This would, using our enrollment assumptions from the adopted budget, and as a reminder, that was 39,703 students with an unduplicated pupil count or percentage of 72%. We would generate about 8.8 million in the current year and approximately 9 million in the 2 subsequent years. However, that would have no impact to our fund balance because those revenues would be offset with increased staffing expenditures at school sites providing direct services to students. So that is one of the requirements with that percentage going to 65%. The other change is our projected increase to unrestricted state revenues for lottery. The funding changed from $150 to $163 per ADA. That would have a positive impact to our unrestricted fund balance. Our restricted revenues went up for lottery. I believe that moved from $49 to $65 per ADA. That would have no impact as well, as because we would offset that with increased textbook expenditures. Next slide, please. Another key component of the enacted budget, our unemployment insurance rate lowered from 1.23% to 0.5% in the current year. We actually had adopted budget. We had the uninsurance rate or the unemployment insurance rate dropping to 0.2% in the second year of our multi-year. So I will show kind of the effects of that in the next slide, but we are projecting an unrestricted savings of $1.4 million for that key item. And that would positively impact the unrestricted fund balance. Also in the enacted budget, our special education-based funding increased to $750 per ADA. And with that increase, we're projecting an increase of $2.6 million. It would impact the unrestricted fund balance if the increase is used to lower our contribution to special ed programs. And one point I'll make, it does not lower our spending level. The budget of expenditures would stay the same. It just would affect the contribution. Also, the last key item that I'm going to go through is just cash deferrals were eliminated. So all the deferrals that we experienced in the last fiscal year, those were repaid mid-August. So right about now, we should have gotten the cash for those deferrals. And then, of course, we knew about the June deferral being paid in July of this year. Next slide, please. So with those changes, basically the restricted part of our budget would see no impact to fund balance. But on the unrestricted side, we would see a impact to the fund balance of $4.5 million in our current year. We would see roughly $2.4 million in the second year, and then a little over $3 million in the third year. And the one thing that I would point out that is highlighted in peach or kind of the orange color is because of the unemployment insurance dropping from 1.23 to 0.5% in the current year, I removed the assumption that we had at adopted budget of it dropping from 1.23 to 0.2 in the second year, which at that time we were projecting about a $2.1 million savings. So I removed that because we're going to realize savings in the current year. And then also in the third year out, you will see that that number increases to a potential savings of a little over $2 million. And that is just capturing the rate dropping from 0.5% to 0.2%. And again, just as a reminder, this is using the enrollment of 39,703 students with a 1% enrollment decline in the 2 out years. And this is what we used at the adopted budget. Next slide, please. So with that being said, this graph kind of shows the impact to the ending fund balance. At the adopted budget, we were projecting a $6.7 million deficit spend in the first year, or in the current year, $18.2 million in the second year, and almost $25 million in the third year out. So if all these projected changes would happen, and of course enrollment would play a factor in that, we would see our adjusted net increase or decrease or deficit spend drop to almost $2.2 million in the current year, $15.8 million in the second year, and almost $22 million in the third year. And then the graph just kind of shows the impact to the adjusted ending fund balance relative to the adopted ending fund balance. Next slide, please. And then just for purposes of showing the deficit, we added a fourth year to just kind of highlight what the impact would be. And again, we would be projecting about a $3 million savings to the unrestricted general fund. But I just want to point out that we still would experience an increase in our deficit spend. It would go from $30.5 million just 27.5 million, which is about roughly an increase of $5.6 million. Just kind of showing what the impact would be if we added a fourth year to our MYP. Next slide, please. So moving on to the enrollment update. Again, I just want to remind everyone that at the adopted budget, we assumed 39,703 students. Our CBEDS enrollment for last year or fiscal year 2021 was down roughly about 1,400 students from the prior year. And that is the number. So it went from 40,408 in 1920 to a little over 39,000 in 2021. We utilized our decision insight projections and also included pre-registration numbers for secondary schools. And again, we used the assumption of a 1% decline in the 2 subsequent years in developing the adopted budget enrollment. And then the next piece is just the current trend. And so this is as of last week. We are trending at a little over 38,000 students. So that's roughly about 1,600 students less than our adopted budget enrollment assumptions. The majority of that is coming from our kindergarten and first grade and 9th through 12th grade spans. In the subsequent slide, I will show you kind of the potential impact to our multi-year, and just we are using the pre-pandemic decline that the district was experiencing, which was roughly 0.5%. So that's being used as an assumption. And then just another note is if we were to use flat enrollment from 2021, the district would still be approximately 1,000 students under enrolled. So with that, next slide, please. So if we were to have started school last week and we started with the enrollment, or if our enrollment stays roughly at about 38,000, this shows the impact. And as you can see in the first line highlighted in the red numbers, we wouldn't see an effect in the current year because we have the hold harmless ADA provision, and because we didn't take ADA in last year, we would revert back to our 1920 ADA. So that's why you see nothing in that column. But in the second year, we would see the effects of the drop to a 38,000 enrollment, and it would impact us roughly about $18.9 million in the second year. And again, using a 0.5% drop in the out years, we would see an additional $16.8 million drop in our revenue, in our LCFF revenue, if our enrollment stays at this level. And again, using the assumption that it drops 0.5% in the 2 out years. So that being said, just kind of using all the same potential impacts from the current and state enacted budget, we would see our deficit spend grow quite a bit in the second year at about $16.5 million, and then the third year, $14.4 million. Next slide, please. So with those numbers, this would be the impact to the ending fund balance. And as you can see, it would grow to almost $35 million in the second year and over $39 million in the third year. And again, it is using the 0.5% enrollment decline. And as this shows, it shows the accelerated increase in our deficit spend. Next slide, please. And then this slide just basically highlights some of the one-time funding that is coming for these particular programs. That we are still waiting information to see what the direct impact would be to Sac City Unified. And then with that, I will turn it over to Rose.
Thank you, Adrian. And before we conclude, I just real briefly wanted just to kind of provide a little bit of context as to why we showed that fourth year. And even though we're not required to, we just wanted to show you what the impact is of not addressing the deficit, because our deficit has been managed in these last few years because of one-time sources and underspending due to COVID. But unless we replace those funds with an ongoing source, or we reduce our expenses, that deficit will not go away and we'll need a funding source. So that funding source is going to come from that ending fund balance, which eventually depletes, right? It's just like drawing down your reserves or your savings. So I just wanted to provide an explanation for why we showed that fourth year. And again, based on assumptions. So our next slide, here it is. So what we're going to do, of course, next steps is that we're going to monitor enrollment, like we always have, very closely. Looking at staffing very closely, because obviously if the enrollment holds at this lower trend of we're under enrolled by about 1,500 students, that also translates into extra staff, right, that we have. And so we'll have to take that into consideration very closely this year. If it holds the entire year, then we'll have to make different decisions in aligning our staffing next year with our enrollment. And then I just wanted to add that there was some information shared with you, board members, regarding an upcoming workshop that FCMAT is highly encouraging board members and staff to attend on this higher than ever declining enrollment that the state is experiencing right now due to COVID. So we are not alone. We were projecting roughly a decline of about 0.5%, and we're looking at about 3.5%. So it's pretty significant. We still have 2 weeks before school starts, so hopefully we can recover. But really, we just need to be realistic about what this is looking like and what this means for the district. Fortunately, we have one-time sources that can offset this, but in the coming year, we will see the impact of that lower enrollment should that hold in the coming years. And that is why Adrian presented that slide to you, so you would be aware and you would have the fiscal impact of that lower enrollment. So we'll continue to review all those other program initiatives that are in the enacted state budget to see how they best fit the district. And then the next update will be the unaudited actuals, which are the year-end financial statements, which we'll present to you at the September 16th board meeting. So I will turn it over to questions now.
Great, thank you so much. We have 3 public comments on this item.
Yes, our first comment is from Mo Kashmiri.
I'll pass.
Thank you, Mo. Next comment?
Yes, we have Daniel Darby online.
Good evening again.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see, I have 3 concerns based off of what I just witnessed here in this presentation. Last June, you authorized some resolution about spending this COVID money, and yet I didn't see anything in this presentation accounting for any of the COVID money that has been spent, which I assume has been spent over the summertime, hiring people and things like that. And you guys promised that we would have some type of accountability, although it was not in that resolution. My second concern is the accounting department at the district has been wildly off on their estimations, easily by 10% for any given year. So I'm looking at these numbers with that view in mind. And let's see, there was one more item that seems to have slipped my mind right now. So with that, I guess I will say thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
That was our final public comment.
Okay. Any board comments, questions? Morosky?
I just want to say you all are awesome. Thank you for the very, very clear presentation. That's all.
Thank you. Member Garcia?
Yes, I just want to thank Rose and the team for the update. we're still looking at a very sobering picture despite the influx of one-time dollars. But I did have a question similar to the public comment about, I didn't see sort of like maybe it wasn't so spelled out like we had in the budget adoption where it really separated the one-time dollars. So that would have been helpful. And then I did have a question about this is a revision to the adopted budget, so I'm not understanding what action we're taking because it's an informational item. So are we not revising the adopted budget today?
That is correct, Member Garcia. You're not taking action. It's just an informational item just to bring you up to speed on what the state enacted budget means to the district at this point in time. We will be bringing the revised budget in October.
Got it. Okay. Because then I thought, oh, well, then we have the September 16th, but that's a different type of update. So it's not until October. Okay. So what is the process in making changes or revisions up or down to the revised budget? What comes to mind is the policy that we adopted to increase our level of reserve fundings to inch into to 5%. I'm just wondering if we wanted to have the conversation to increase it by 1% this year, is that a conversation that we would have to incorporate into the revised budget, or is that something that we have to wait to have till next year?
You can have that conversation now. You don't have to wait until any specific time. That's certainly something you can do. Just knowing that at some point we're not going to be able to attain that because at some point the deficit will start to eat away at reserves. So a decision will need to be made to utilize the reserves to offset those deficits when we can't satisfy all of our expenses, if that makes sense.
Right. I understand that it won't be enough, even at 5%, right? Because we're consistently deficit spending. So absent any additional ongoing funds or any additional ongoing savings, then we won't be able to offset that. I mean, those are reserve funds are just one time. So I would want to just, put that out there for my colleagues to consider. I know we talked about in the future, but I just feel that we may have an opportunity to just start working towards achieving that goal of, reaching 5%. But I'll just, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right. This is the informational item. Thank you so much to staff. We always appreciate these budget updates, even at 11 p.m. 11:30 p.m. Thank you all. We appreciate you. All right. We're going to take 10.4. Because that's the way we have it on the agenda. So approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 21-22 school year. Ms. McCarn?
Good evening. Actually, it's Tammy Mora presenting.
Oh, hi.
Hi there. Good evening, President Pritchett, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Tammy Mora. I'm the credential auditor for the district. I am here with Human Resource Services Director, Dr. Tiffany Smith-Simmons. Next slide, please. We are here this evening to present for the board approval the annual declaration of need to be on file with the Commission on Teacher Credentialing for the 21-22 school year. Similar to prior years, this request provides the district of needed flexibility to fill positions in identified areas and allow educators that meet minimum requirements to support the support and time needed to complete the requirements of their credential. Next slide, please. Here are the trends of the prior year's requests for declaration of need for our district. Next slide, please. And here are our neighboring districts' areas of anticipated need for emergency permits and limited assignment permits for the 21-22 school year. Next slide, please. This slide shows a breakdown of some examples of the types of emergency permits needed based on history and trends. As you see, the areas of need include English language authorizations, resource specialists, librarians, and some limited assignment permits in special education, single and multiple subjects. Single subject areas of high need are sciences, math, and world languages, to name a few. Next slide, please.
Good evening, board members and community. I am Tiffany Smith-Simmons, Human Resource Director, here to highlight a few of our recruitment and retention efforts. While we're here asking for a declaration of need for highly qualified and fully prepared educators, we wanted to take a few moments to highlight the efforts that we have been doing related to recruitment and retention. For example, we have engaged in open contracts with individuals that are in intern programs with Sac State or Fortune School. We also are working with 4 educators joining us from out of state. And we're really pleased with our efforts regarding our teacher residency program. This is our 3rd year in this grant. The first year we had as a planning year. This last school year, the school year of the pandemic, we actually have 4 teachers participating in our residency program, and we're glad that all of them have obtained contracts with us in a highly hard to fill field of science. This coming school year, we're really excited because we've welcomed 7 teachers to participate in the teacher residency program, and they are all obtaining credentials in science. And we also continue our efforts through our local solutions grant, which helps us focus on recruiting special education teachers. As staff, we are recommending to approve this agenda item.
Next slide.
Thank you. I believe we have 2 public comments on this item.
Yes, we have a public comment from Daniel Darby.
Let's see. If I look at slide 4, although those are actual numbers, it might be more helpful if those were listed as percentages of total teacher population. That would be a better gauge as to how our district compares to other districts. With that being said, I get it. There's a teacher shortage issue in some critical key areas. But coming off of the previous school year, I cannot help but think that this school year, 21 to 22, is more critical than your average school year. And because of that, I didn't see anything in the presentation about giving these, inexperienced teachers some extra support, whereby, I don't know, the first things that came to mind is that they have a experienced teacher buddy at the school that they're teaching at. Now, I do understand that the programs that they are coming from has some type of support system, but as I mentioned, this year is very critical that we need the most effective teachers that we can get in the classroom. So I would like you to consider somehow building some type of extra support program for these new teachers to make sure that they are effective in the classroom, because I've seen statistics that say first-year teachers are probably only 70% of as effective as your more mature teacher. So I would like you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another comment, Ms. Murray?
Yes, we have a comment from Mo Kashmiri.
Hi, Mo Kashmir. Just wanted to say that I think this shows that we're in a competition to recruit and retain the best staff, and that we need to be, instead of trying to cut teacher salaries and pay and benefits and making the working conditions miserable, we need to be supporting them with the best possible wages, benefits, and working conditions, and wraparound services that they need to be successful. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board comments? Member Phillips?
Really late. I was just wondering if part of this drive to find fully qualified educators also included diversity in terms of teaching staff.
Thank you for your question. Member Phillips, let me ask Dr. Smith-Simmons to answer that question just from HR's strategy for recruitment as well as retention.
Sure, thank you for the opportunity. First, I would like to share with you that Sac State, I wish Dr. Wong was here because they are thrilled with the diversity of the teacher residents that are participating this year. It's the most diverse that they've had in recent years. I was just on a meeting with her last week where she was sharing that. And then Board Member Phillips, we also have had some intensive efforts around recruiting at our historically Black colleges and universities in recent years, and we maintain those partnerships and are looking to continue those efforts as well.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Can I get a motion to move this from conference to action?
Second.
All right. Student preferential vote. Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, abstentions. All right. Now we are now in action. Are there any other board comments or questions? All right. Can I get a motion to approve this student preferential vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. So we'll now take up 10.3, approve the submission of the credential waiver applications to the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing. Ms. Mora, you presenting again?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Hey, good evening again, Board President Pritchett, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. Additionally, we're here this evening to present to you and ask for your approval of a few credential waiver applications. Next slide, please. Ed Code provides an opportunity for district to waive a portion of credential requirements in order to allow educators a little more time to complete their credential requirements. In order to submit credential waiver applications for certificated employees in need, CTC, the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, requires a public notice process and a board approval prior to submission of any waiver applications. That is why we're here this evening. Next slide, please. Here are the data trends of credential waiver requests for our district over the last few years. Note that there are just 2 so far this year, as we are continuously working with our employees to meet their credential requirements. Next slide, please. This year, the 2 applicants listed here are currently working on meeting their CTC requirements in order to obtain their English language authorization and bilingual authorization to provide instruction to English learners. Next slide, please. The 2 waivers requested this evening will allow these 2 teachers the additional time needed in order to complete their English language authorization and bilingual authorization credential requirements while they continue to work with our students. Next slide, please.
Great, thank you so much. We do not have any public comment on this item. Are there any comments or questions? All right, can I get a motion to move this from conference? I don't even get out the word to action. I got first and a second, student preferential vote. Do we have to do a roll call on just the second one? Okay. All right, all in favor say aye. All right, thank you. And then now we are in action. Are there any other comments or questions? All right, I'm gonna move it, motion for action. Second, student preferential vote. All right, thank you. Superintendent, roll call.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Wu. Member Garcia. Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Rhodes. Aye. Member Phillips.
All right, okay, thank you. Thank you for the reminder, Ms. Collins. Item 10.5, approve memorandum of understanding with United Professional Educators Successor Collective Bargaining Agreement. Mr. Bozio.
Good evening, Board of
I was
Education.
gonna say, wake up, wake up.
I'm awake, Had to unmute. I've got a few in a row here, so that'll be awake. But I am Raul Bozio, in-house counsel, here to present for your consideration and approval the recently reached MOU with our UPE labor partners for a successor collective bargaining agreement. Next slide, please. So to summarize a few of the highlights for you, there were really 4 articles that were revised and updated as part of this agreement, and I'll hit some of the highlights here for you in the next few slides. Article 6, dealing with renewal and non-renewal procedures for our administrators. Of course, the UPE represents our administrators, many of our site administrators, principals, assistant principals, and many of our other administrators who were located at the Cerna Center and variety of other locations. But Article 6, concerning renewal and non-renewal procedures, 6.3, the new language states that an employee who receives a negative performance evaluation shall jointly develop with the appropriate supervisor an improvement plan for the following school year. 6.6, new language states, if the reason for the release or release and reassignment is poor performance, the administrator must have received an evaluation of their performance not more than 60 days prior to receiving written notice of his or her release and reassignment to a teaching position. And this provision is consistent with existing education code, but to make that even more explicit, it is included in the revised agreement here. Next slide, please. Another key provision of this updated CBA agreement, Article 7, salary structure comparison analysis, which states that the district shall have a neutral entity complete a salary structure comparison analysis between the current SCTA certificated employee salary schedule and the current UPE salary schedule. Should the salary structure comparison reveal a 5% or less inequity, the district and UPE agree that the salary language in Article 7 will be reopened to make changes to the UPE salary schedule for the 21-22 school year and reevaluated for successor contract negotiations. So while this MOU does not itself contain any additional cost to the district, this provision regarding the salary structure comparison analysis, this will incur a small cost to the district to pay for the entity to conduct the analysis. It does not guarantee a salary increase for the UPE members, but it would, if those criteria are met, excuse me, then the article would be reopened to discuss but a potential salary increase or negotiations on that subject. Next slide, please. Finally, Article 9, promotion, assignment, vacancies, and transfer. states that involuntary lateral transfers, the superintendent may make involuntary lateral transfers as needed for the operation of a department or school site, which shall be based on the district's legitimate, verifiable, and education-related needs. And the change of an assignment due to reorganization, school closure, program elimination, or budget cuts, the district shall notify UPE members of the involuntary transfer assignment as soon as feasible. Next slide, please. Thank you. And those are the main changes. The agreement is included, of course, in your packet for your review, and I can take any questions or if there's any public comment.
Great, thank you. We have one public comment. Yes, the person that requested public comment is not online. Oh, okay. All right, do we have any board discussion? All right, can I get a, oh, yes, go ahead, Member Phillips.
So this salary structure comparison analysis in plain English means to me that someone independently is going to look at SCTA's salary and compare it to UPE?
Correct.
Salary, and if it's more than 5%, or what is it, 5% or less, they're going to match the two?
No, it's not necessarily that it will be necessarily matched. It's that the comparison will be conducted to determine what the difference is between the UPE salaries and our teachers' salaries. And if it's less than 5%, with UPE, of course, believing that it should be at least 5 or more, right? If it's less than 5%, the negotiations would be reopened to discuss compensation.
Member Phillips, one way to think about it is we may have situations where a site leader's salary might be less than a teacher's salary. And so you could see why this particular partner would want to have that independent review as well. And so it's simply a provision that would trigger that analysis, if you will. So.
Okay, yeah. It just says that we're trying to maintain some level of, because okay, maybe I'm just a little lost. SCTA and UPE have different types of employees, certificated on the SCTA side and management, so to speak, on the UPE side. We have people who are making less than teachers who work for UPE.
Yeah, and so, and because the negotiations aren't, I mean, obviously there are different associations, they're negotiated at different times and those kinds of things. This is just a provision that we think is fair, to make sure that there's an ongoing analysis of that type.
Okay. Yeah, my other question is, yeah. I'm just curious if we have anything close to that for like certificated staff or, yeah, certificated staff. Or is it classified? I'm not gonna tell you how late it is, but it just seems, I don't know, it seems like we're trying to make sure that everybody feels better. Take a job and, they're gonna pay you significantly less. Why are we paying them less than they should be making for a management position? You don't have to answer that, but it just seems kind of odd that we would pay someone less and then go in and increase their pay. Not merit-based or anything.
So again, in this case, we're talking about a salary structure that, as you know, is also automatic, depending on seniority and length of service, and so that is similar to management positions as well. And again, because the negotiations process isn't one that impacts everybody the same way, we want to make sure that that it's fair all around based on levels of responsibilities and duties and such.
Yeah, well, there also should be some type of incentive for growing our own and teachers to eventually take management positions. Did you have any other questions? Okay. Member Garcia?
Thank you for that clarification on what it means. I had a similar question. I have another question regarding, it's an MOU, and then there's that analysis of the salary structure that will trigger reopening Article 7 for successor contract negotiations. So is this an MOU for successor contract negotiations, or it's an MOU for what, reopening? I'm trying to figure out what this MOU is for and the duration of the agreement.
It's the successor contract. It's the successor contract.
Okay, so, and the successor contract is good for how many years? Usually it's multiple years, so.
Through 2022.
Oh, okay, okay. And then with the trigger of coming back on that salary piece, that will potentially lead to a salary increase.
Correct.
Potentially, okay, okay.
All right, good. Can I get a motion? All right, that's second? Second. Student preferential vote? Thank you. Superintendent roll call?
Yeah, Ms. Moretti, why does the...
It's been doing that all right.
Yeah, okay. Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Morowski.
Aye.
Member Wu. Member Garcia. Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Rhodes. Member Phillips.
All right. We're getting close, folks. Item 11.0, public hearing. 11.1, public hearing on the first reading of the revised board policy 5145.31, transgender and gender nonconforming students. Mr. Bozio?
Thank you, President Pritchett. Good evening again, Board of Education, Superintendent. We're here to present, again, I'm Raul Bozio, in-house counsel, and I'm here to present for your consideration the first reading of our revised board policy 5145.31, transgender and gender nonconforming students. Next slide, please. So state and federal laws and regulations require that all educational programs and activities be conducted without discrimination based on actual or perceived sex, gender, sexual orientation, or gender identity and expression. California Ed Code sections 220 and 221.5 F specifically provides that students shall be permitted to participate in sex-segregated school programs and activities and use facilities consistent with their gender identity, irrespective of the gender listed on the student's records. This current policy was adopted in 2018, and we have a few key revisions for your consideration. Next slide. The intent of the policy and these revisions is to ensure the safety, comfort, and healthy development of the transgender or gender nonconforming students while maximizing the student's social integration into our school setting and to minimize any stigmatization of the students. Again, our revisions comply with the language in Ed Code as well as Title IX of the federal law, Title IX, and sets out guidelines for district staff to follow in order to address the needs of transgender and gender non-conforming students. Next slide. The key revisions or updates to this policy include that non-binary gender markers are to be included in our Infinite Campus student information system. Statement on non-binary inclusion, and a provision regarding non-gendered dress code for schools. There's some other cleanup language and some other minor edits, but those are the three key pieces that I would point your attention to. There's some other language regarding reaffirming and clarifying transgender and gender nonconforming students' rights to access bathrooms and locker facilities of their choosing that align with their preference and for their identity. And there's some language around ensuring that their preferred gender, name, lived name are included in as many school records as possible. With that, I can take any questions or public comment, if there's any public comment.
We have no public comment. Do we have any board comment? All right, can I get, oh, go ahead, Member Morosky.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing this forward to us. Excited to see these changes. I think our policies are really quite sound in this area for the most part, but these are important changes. There was one thing I wanted to ask about. And this is based off conversation with a student who is transgender and helped me review the policy and had actually benefited from having a pretty good set of policies and practices in place for our school district. So I want to express my gratitude for that too. But one thing we were wondering about is in the area of determining a student's gender identity, good changes, I think, but it says if faculty or staff have concerns relating to a student's asserted gender identity, they shall discuss the basis for their concern with the district's Title IX coordinator and LGBTQ support services program. I was just wondering if you can speak to the reason for that.
Sure, I can try to do that, and I believe Victoria Flores, our Director of Student Services, may also be able to shed a little bit of light on that for us. But it's essentially, it's aimed at, there's some existing language that tried to address just this issue that it's not our role, it's not our staff's role to act as a gatekeeper of this sort of question with regard to a student's preference in this area, in that if they do have a question about whether they believe for some reason that the student does not have a kind of a genuine basis or belief in their gender identity, that it shouldn't, that question or that issue does not fall on our staff. Generally, they should consult with our Title IX coordinator or LGBTQ support services program to address their concern before kind of acting in that gatekeeper role and taking any sort of actions that we wouldn't really want them to do. So if Victoria is available, she might be able to elaborate a little bit better than I.
Hi there. Raul, you nailed it. And I think that's our opportunity to provide education, to staff and training that oftentimes opens the door. We do not want them talking with families or students, particularly if they have strong feelings that are not in support of the student and their well-being. And so we want to make sure that they know there is someone that they can consult with.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I get that. Thank you so much for that. And maybe we could clarify that, the concerns shall not be discussed with the student, but instead should be brought to, I think that's what we're getting at, right? To provide that education. So wonderful, thanks. And there's just a couple of places maybe where there's, I think you changed most of the shoulds to shalls.
Correct.
And I think there were at least one or two that I saw that weren't, so maybe just take another look through. And so anyway, appreciate that. I will follow up by email if there's any other suggestions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right, this is a first reading. Will be brought to us. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Ms. Flores. For this, we're going to go on to item 12.0 consent agenda. We pulled 12.1F, but Member Morawski has also asked for 12.1A to be pulled. So we will start with 12.1A. Member Morawski, it's regarding the Center for Fathers and Families.
Thank you so much. Actually, it's the contract related to pro youth and
Oh, I
families.
apologize. I was looking
It's okay.
at, you can tell it's late hour.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure I was clear about that. So there's a contract with Pro Youth and Families on the consent agenda, which I am super excited to see. The only reason that I wanted to pull it for discussion was to just make sure that I can express, and hopefully if we can get some commitments around expanding some of this programming. So there's a near peer program that was slated to take place in 3 schools. And this is all around mental wellness, mental health and wellness. And then, so there's a near peer program, and then there's also a mental wellness training program that was supposed to be a little more expansive and have serve up to 10 middle and high schools. And I just, I have had a lot of experience over the years in kind of pushing for these programs and talking to a lot of students, particularly at McClatchy, which is just a huge and diverse and a school full of students with all kinds of needs in terms of mental health and wellness. And there's just a lot of passion around that. And I really want to make sure that these programs are tier 1 programs. So they are supposed to be, by their very nature, these foundational programs that address kind of the preventive side of mental wellness, address anti-stigma, which is really important, not just in traditionally underserved communities, but even in many Asian communities, there's still a lot of stigma to be addressed, et cetera. And so it doesn't fall along kind of the traditional lines of some of the other ways we kind of target some of these programs towards disadvantaged students or certain segments of the population. This is really universal support that I want to make available, at least in all our comprehensive high schools. And so I just wanted to ask staff if there's an opportunity to expand the contract so we can make sure to target more schools.
Yeah, Superintendent, is it okay if I speak to this? Yeah, thank you. Yes, so thank you so much for that, Board Member Morawski. You described the program really beautifully. And yes, we've already engaged in talks with Pro Youth about expanding out to all of our comp high schools, including West Campus High School, and kind of doing a tiered rollout. They still need to get their jobs posted and then interviewed and hired. They do have some staff on board. So we'll either do, working with our contract specialist and Raul, a contract revision or bring that back to you. But we already have a commitment from Pro Youth and Youth Forward to support that.
Okay, wonderful. I'm really glad to hear that. And I really appreciate the work. I know we have the COVID resources, so I would really just hate to have any of our schools left out, and appreciate the opportunity. Thank you. And with that, I'm happy to move. Were we
Move 12.1A.
Yeah. Would you like that?
Can I get a motion and a second? Student preferential vote? All right, roll call, please.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Morawski?
Aye.
Member Wu? Member Garcia? Member Villa? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Phillips?
No. All right. We're now take up 12.1F, approve revised board policy 6158 independent study. Mr. Bozio.
Thank you, President Pritchett. Good evening again, President Pritchett, Board of Education, Superintendent Aguilar, Raul Bozio, in-house counsel here, to present for you the second reading of our revised board policy 6158 on independent study for board action. Next slide, please. So Ed Code authorizes districts to establish independent study programs to meet the educational needs of our students. Earlier this summer in July, the governor signed AB 130 into law, which included changes to those independent study sections of the Ed Code and requires independent studies to be offered in this coming school year. In addition to those programmatic changes, AB 130 requires that new elements be incorporated into the written policies of the district, this policy, and as well as the written agreements that are entered into between parents and students and the district. Next slide. The key new elements that are required for those written agreements between parents and students and the district include that they must include the manner, time, and frequency and place for communicating with parents and guardians regarding a pupil's academic progress, a statement detailing the academic and other supports that will be provided to address the needs of those pupils who are not performing at grade level or need support in other areas, including English language learners and students with disabilities. Next slide. The written policies, this written policy is required to include, and with this revision, it does include an identification of the level of satisfactory educational progress, in addition to the number of missed assignments that will be allowed before an evaluation is conducted to determine whether it is in the best interest of the pupil to remain in the independent study program or return to the regular school program. The indicators of satisfactory educational progress include the pupil's achievement and engagement, completion of assignments, and of course, learning required concepts. Procedures for tiered re-engagement of independent study pupils is also included in the revised policy and is triggered when attendance is inadequate. Next slide, please. Again, some of the key revisions that are included in 6158 in order to comply with AB 130 include that the following: satisfactory progress is an added means to evaluate continued independent study participation. Provisions of standards aligned content in independent study that is substantially equivalent to the quality and intellectual challenge of in-person instruction. For high schools, provision of access to all courses offered by the district for graduation and approved as creditable under A through G criteria. As I mentioned previously, the procedures for tiered re-engagement strategies for students who are struggling, a plan to provide for opportunities for synchronous instruction for all grade levels and live interaction for grades 4 through 8, and a plan to transition pupils whose families wish to return them to in-person brick and mortar, if you will, schools no later than 5-day instructional days from that request. Next slide, please. And specifically, the requirements of AB 130 that are included in BP 6158 related to instruction and the requirements for synchronous instruction, transitional kindergarten in grades 1 through 3, plan to provide opportunities for daily synchronous instruction in grades 4 through 8, opportunities for both daily live interaction and at least weekly synchronous instruction, which those terms were defined as well also in the law. In grades 9 through 12, opportunities for synchronous instruction at least weekly. Again, A through G criteria must be offered. Documentation of a pupil's participation in live interaction and synchronous instruction and retention of evidence of a pupil's engagement in instruction. Those are the key changes and revisions to BP 6158 presented for your approval tonight. So I can take any questions or if there's any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Bozio. Do we have any board comments, questions? Member Garcia?
Just one. I know that this is, it seems as though it's strictly what's in AB 130, right? I mean, that's okay. I do have a question about the 30 days after the first day of instruction, the written agreement for independent study. Is that the first day of instruction for the school year, or is that the first day of instruction in independent study? So I'm trying to get to the question that I've received from some community members, the sense that they have to make a decision before September 2nd. And if they don't, how much longer do they have to make a decision on whether or not to offer independent study versus in class instruction? So if you can just add some clarification on that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, no, I don't believe there's not a kind of limit, if you will, for a student to enroll in independent studies. So it's my understanding that would be 30 days from the date of that student entering into the program and receiving instruction. For most students, or many students who want to start the year, of course, in the program, that would also be 30 days from the date of the first day of class in this school year. But of course, that's not taking into consideration that at some point, again, I'm not necessarily talking about our program specifically that was talked about, that was discussed earlier with the reopening presentation, but it could be that a program fills up at some point throughout the school year. So there may be a limit to when students could seek to enroll, but notwithstanding that, I think 30 days are in reference to 30 days from the time that the student enters into the program.
In the language at first glance,
Because it's a written agreement between that student and their family and the school district.
I guess it wasn't clear in the statute. Thank you.
All right. Member Garcia, would you like to move item 12.1F?
Sure, I can move the item.
Thank you. All right.
Second.
All right, student preference vote. Second. All right, the roll superintendent roll call. The roll superintendent roll call.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Morowski. Member Wu. Member Garcia. Member Villa. Member Rhodes. Member Phillips.
All right, now, I need a motion for the consent agenda. Student preference vote? That's a special wording.
Yes to all open session items.
Perfect. All right. Superintendent roll call?
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Morowski. Member Wu. Member Garcia. Member Villa. Member Rhodes. Member Phillips.
All right, 13.0 future board meetings and locations, September 2nd, 2021, and September 16th, 2021. And we'll also have a board workshop on Monday. I don't know what date that is. 23rd. Monday the 23rd, this Monday, board workshop. Oh. 5:30, I think. 5:30. 5:30, yeah. All right, with that, can I get a motion to adjourn? Second? I know you don't want to leave me. All in favor, say aye. Good night.